Chapter 66. 2 years later. In these 2 years, the structure of the Doluo continent had changed drastically. The Sun-Moon Empire's emperor, Su Tianran, had passed away mysteriously, causing chaos in the Sun-Moon Empire. The people's hearts were shaken. However, under Zhu Zi's leadership, she announced that Su Yunhan would take over the throne, and that she would temporarily take over. No one objected, because her talents had convinced everyone. After Zhu Zi took over, she reorganized everything in the palace. After that, she announced a ceasefire between the Xingluo and Douling empires. For a short year, Zhu Zi didn't do anything. However, half a year later, she suddenly started a war. As her war was unexpected, it directly led to the destruction of the Heavenly Soul and Douling empires. The Xianra Empire's Xingluo city became the last line of defense. The army's pressure caused the millions of soldiers and civilians in Xingluo city to be immersed in a stifling atmosphere every day. The Xianra Empire's army was left with less than 400,000 soldiers. The rest had either been destroyed or surrendered to the Sun-Moon Empire. The Sun-Moon Empire's army surrounding Xingluo city had more than 1 million soldiers. This included the Sun-Moon Imperial Soul Engineer Legion, the Imperial Dragon Soul Engineer Legion, the Evil Eye Tyrant Soul Engineer Legion, the Fire Phoenix Soul Engineer Legion, and the Terror Claw Soul Engineer Legion. A total of 18 Soul Engineer Legions were the main force of this war. Many Soul Tool fronts had already been set up, including 8 small-sized, high-energy compression array Soul Tools. Over the past half a month, they had been storing light energy. They were prepared to deal the heaviest blow to Xingluo city at any time. Xingluo's emperor, the White Tiger Duke, Shrek's elder Xian, the elders of the Poseidon Pavilion, and the Tang men, led by Bei Bei, were all present. Only Yuhao, Tang Dong, and the others were missing, passed down the war god Empress order. The Sun-Moon Empire is grateful for the goodness of heaven and earth, and we don't wish to kill. As long as the Star Luo Empire hands over the White Tiger Duke, we will allow the Star Luo Empire to surrender. If there's any resistance, the city will be massacred. Why were there such conditions? Even if the White Tiger Duke had been fighting against the Sun-Moon Empire all these years, would the Japanese Empire still be afraid of him despite their absolute advantage? In any case, the battle had begun. Everyone knew that the Sun-Moon Empire had emerged victorious with Kong Deming's Class 10 Soul Tool. On the city wall, the Emperor of Xingluo, Su Jiawei, silently lowered his head. He clenched his fists tightly and said in a low voice, "Brother Dai, I will accompany you in hell." At this point, there was no other choice. For the sake of Xingluo's millions of citizens, even he couldn't stop Dai Hao from leaving. Everyone understood this logic. The city wall of Star Luo City was deathly silent. Everyone was waiting in silence. The generals knelt down one by one, followed by the soldiers and then the civilians. From the top of the city to the bottom of the city, a black mass of people knelt down. The White Tiger Duke slowly turned around and revealed a faint smile on his slightly aged face. He lowered his voice and said, "I, Dai Hao, have fought for the Empire my entire life. I've given it my all. Today, for the sake of Xingluo's millions of citizens, why should I be stingy with my head? Everyone, take care. Dai Hao, I'm leaving." As he spoke, he turned around and was about to soar into the sky. At this moment, a figure pounced forward and hugged Dai Hao's waist forcefully. "No, father. You can't go. You can't go." The person who pounced forward was Dai Hao's personal guard, and also his youngest son, Dai Luoli. As Dai Luoli was brave in battle, and had reached the level of a title Dua, he was given the title of Dai Hao's left general. Dai Hao sighed and stroked his head. Silly boy, you're already a title Dua. Why are you still crying? Don't weaken the Dai family's prestige." Yueheng, pull him away." Dai Yueheng strode over and pulled Dai Luoli away from his father. On the other side, Dai Huabin also walked over. He and Dai Yueheng held Dai Luoli back together. Dai Luoli and Li Jinkai shouted, "Go away! Are you going to watch your father die?" Dai Luoli's abilities had long surpassed his two older brothers. The two of them naturally couldn't hold him back. Dai Yueheng was stunned for a moment. After that, he turned to Dai Hao and said, "Father, I'm the eldest son of our family. Please allow me to be loyal to you." Dai Hao's eyes shone with a strange light. "Good. You're indeed a man of the white tiger bloodline. Good child." As he spoke, he lifted his hand and hugged Dai Yueheng's shoulder. His eyes were filled with pride. However, his hand suddenly pressed against Dai Yueheng's neck artery. Dai Yueheng was stunned. After that, his body slowly slid to the ground. He didn't expect the same thing to happen to him so quickly. He handed Dai Yueheng over to Elder Xian. "Elder Xian, I'll leave my 3 useless sons to you." Elder Xian sighed. "Don't worry, White Tiger Duke. As long as Shrek is around, he won't let anyone hurt them." With the Shrek Academy's guarantee, the White Tiger Duke's eyes shone even brighter. He tapped his foot on the battlements and roared into the sky. "The White Tiger Duke is here. Who's coming to take my life?" Ha ha ha! The soldiers who were kneeling on the ground all lowered their heads and cried. No one dared to see how the war god of this generation would fall. In fact, this was his first time seeing the Sun Moon Empire's war god empress at such a close distance. He was stunned. Dai Hao was stunned. He did not expect that the person who could defeat him would be such a young woman. "You're the Sun Moon Empire's war god empress?" Dai Hao asked coldly. Juzi nodded and said, "Yes, I am." "White Tiger Duke, Dai Hao." Dai Hao said coldly, "I'll never change my name." Juzi took in a deep breath and said, "Do you remember 20 years ago when you led an army to destroy my city and kill my people at the borders of the Sun Moon Empire?" Dai Hao said plainly, "I've fought my entire life and killed countless enemies. Who can remember how many people I've killed? How can there be no deaths in war?" 2 streams of tears flowed down Juzi's face. "However, you killed my father that time. My father was just a commoner, a chef. Our family was originally living happily. I loved to eat my father's cooking. However, he never came back after that day. My mother also died of grief not long after. I became an orphan." The White Tiger Duke was stunned. "You're here for revenge?" Juzi nodded and said hatefully, "Yes, this deep hatred has been hidden in my heart for 20 years. 20 whole years. For the past 20 years, there hasn't been a moment when I haven't wanted to pull out your tendons and peel off your skin to appease my parents in heaven. It's also because of this hatred that I've been able to survive. Killing you directly will be letting you off too easily. I want to destroy everything that you're so proud of. Aren't you the god of war? Then I'll defeat your army and invade your country. Today, you've lost everything. I want to use your blood and soul to pay tribute to my parents." The White Tiger Duke laughed when he heard Juzi's furious voice. "Is there no death in war? I don't remember what happened back then. However, how many people have the Sun Moon Empire killed over the years? You're just one of those who want to take revenge on me. In the future, many people will want to take revenge on you. Don't you want to take revenge? Then what are you waiting for? This duke's head is right here. Just take it." Juzi said darkly, "White Tiger Duke, do you believe that I'll give the order to attack right now and kill everyone in Xingluo City? Don't you dare." The White Tiger Duke's expression finally changed. He roared furiously. Juzi stared at him coldly. "Let's see if I dare." On the other side of the battlefield, the battle was in full swing. A golden dragon danced in the sky. Purple lightning surrounded it, and there were 9 purple thunderclouds around it. 9 heavenly annihilation lightning. Boom, 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 boom. More than 1,000 people from the Sun Moon Empire died. This strength is exactly what I want. The golden dragon transformed into his human form. He was the rank 96 lightning Doloa Bei Bei. Soul cannon shells were fired towards Bei Bei. At this moment, a deep roar sounded. A huge turtle appeared in front of Bei Bei. To be precise, it was a Xuanwu. The attacks didn't leave any marks on its body. "Ha! Child's play. My brother Xuanwu's defense isn't something that you can break." A man suddenly appeared and sat cross-legged on the Xuanwu's shell. He was the rank 95 Xuanwu Doloa, Su Sanshi. A huge wave of swords, spears, swords, and halberds danced in the air. Among the crowd, there was someone who was wielding a huge blade and slashing at the Sun Moon Empire. He was the rank 95 Doloahi Kaitu. Dark golden blue-silver emperor vines rushed out of the ground and whipped the enemies around them. Not far away, there was a woman who had her eyes closed. Every plant around her was releasing a strong life force that nourished the injured. She was the rank 94 blue-silver Doloa, Tanya. Around her, thousands of cherry blossom petals fell on Rushue. Among them, there was an extremely enchanting figure. Many of the enemies were charmed. They didn't move and were killed just like that. That figure was the rank 95 Doloa Jiangnanan. 3 huge cauldrons came crashing down and crushed many enemies. An elegant flute sounded, and the enemies were reduced to snails. They could only wait to be slaughtered. Another song rang out, and 9 phoenixes rose into the air. Their bodies flickered with different colors, and any attacks that landed on their bodies would naturally pass through them. However, wherever they passed, the attacks would naturally deviate from their original trajectories. The petite woman playing the flute was the rank 93 Xiao Ding Doloa Xiao Xiao. 12 pairs of wings spread open. An archangel had descended. Holy light protection. Layers of holy light descended from the sky and landed on each and every soul master, giving them a layer of golden protective power. A huge projection of an angel with 12 pairs of wings appeared behind a woman. That woman was the rank 97 Angel Deloitte Gai. A huge purple dragon spread its wings and flew. Its body was covered with a purple halo. It charged towards the enemies. Any attacks that came into contact with the purple halo were automatically destroyed. The purple dragon eventually turned into a woman. Oof, you're all so weak. She waved her hair as she spoke. She was the rank 96 Annihilation Doloa, Nan Chio. A huge patch of colorful clouds obscured the enemy's vision. Some of them were even dazed by the colorful clouds. At this moment, thousands of sword projections slashed through the enemies. Poof! Before they could react, they had already died under the sword shadow. A man wiped the blood off his sword. He was the rank 97 Sword Maniac Doloa Ji Juechen. Beside him, a woman surrounded by colorful clouds stood. She was the rank 95 Rosy Clouds Doloa Jing Zian. Cute little spirits passed through the enemy's bodies. Instantly, those people felt as if their souls had left their bodies. They couldn't move at all. Under the terrifying cannon fire, a transparent woman with a black parasol didn't fear it at all. The cannon fire passed through her body miraculously. Any physical attack is useless against me. The woman's 9th red soul ring lit up. 100 Spectral Night. Hundreds of spirits appeared behind her and floated closely behind her. Go! The woman pointed forward, and the spirits charged forward. She said, Rank 94 Spectral Donana. Roar! A fiery red phoenix burned all the attacks that were coming towards it. Heaven-burning strike. Flames burned rapidly as it charged towards the enemies. Boom! It was a sea of fire, and a graceful figure slowly walked out from the sea of fire. She was the rank 98 Heavenly Fire Delong Xiaodao. Roar! A huge blood-red tiger opened its retractable wings and pounced towards the enemies. In the next moment, the tiger slowly turned into a man. Elder brother, why aren't you here yet? He was the rank 92 Blood Tiger Doa Dailaoli. He had joined the Tangman Alliance and become a member of the Tangman Alliance. Sun and Moon. Ju Zi pulled out a long sword from her waist and pointed it at the White Tiger Duke. White Tiger Duke, I'm going to dig your heart out and sacrifice it to my parents today. Ju Zi's eyes shone with a cold light. She didn't dare to massacre the entire city, but she had to kill Dai Hao. If she killed the White Tiger Duke, she would have avenged herself. Even if there were some flaws, it wouldn't matter. If she killed him, the flames of revenge in her heart would be extinguished. In the future, she would let him do whatever he wanted to her. She raised her sword. No, father. Dai Luoli Dai Hua Bin, Dai Yueheng shouted. However, just as her sword was about to pierce the white tiger duke. An indescribable pressure descended from the sky. Juzi, stop! A terrifying aura descended from the sky. In the sky, the surrounding temperature started to drop. Large snowflakes started to fall. A light projection flashed, and 3 figures appeared in the sky. There was a young man and 2 young ladies. Juzi's body trembled. Her eyes were filled with shock and fear. For some reason, there was also a tinge of excitement. Kong Deming subconsciously lifted his hand and pulled the white tiger duke in front of him. He used his soul tool to control him. Why are you back now, why? Juzi stabbed her sword towards Dai Hao. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and the sword was grabbed by a fair hand. Juzi was stunned when she saw the person she had been thinking about day and night standing in front of the white tiger duke. He was right in front of her, but there was a tinge of fury in Yuhao's eyes. He tightened his grip on the sword, and the sword was crushed. Kong Deming was astonished and subconsciously controlled his Silver Moon divine light barrier to shrink inwards. He wanted to suppress Yuhao by force. Do you think this thing can restrain me? Yuhao casually waved his hand, and the Silver Moon divine light barrier instantly collapsed. Kong Deming was shocked as he took a step back. He stared at Yuhao in disbelief. Juzi, tell me why? Yuhao stared at Juzi. He wasn't angry, but there was a tinge of shock in his eyes. He seemed to have sensed something in Juzi's spiritual sea. Go away. I want to kill him. I want to kill him. It's him. He's the one who killed my family. Juzi shouted furiously. She couldn't hide the fury in her eyes. She seemed to have descended into madness. Juzi, do you remember what you wanted the most? Yuhao asked. How would I know? I live for revenge. Juzi shouted crazily. Yuhao stared at Juzi, who had descended into madness. Senior Juzi, I know her. She hates war, he said plainly. Juzi's body suddenly trembled. Kong Deming had already ordered the Soul Engineer army to surround Yuhao and Dai Hao. Yuhao snorted. He slowly lifted one hand and slammed it down. Boom! Instantly, the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineer army knelt on the ground. They didn't want to. It seemed like a pair of hands were forcing them to kneel. The ground caved in. If one looked down from the sky, they would be able to see a huge handprint. He defeated the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineer army with a single palm. Everyone took in a deep breath. This was no longer the strength of a human. No wonder it was the strength of a god. Kong Deming sighed. He couldn't resist the strength of a god. Juzi's body was trembling. She grabbed her other hand. She seemed to be struggling. Marshal? Kong Deming looked at Juzi. He was a little confused. She's not Juzi. Yuhao's gaze turned cold. That's enough. Get the hell out of her body right now. Otherwise, Juzi stopped struggling. She slowly lifted her head and looked at Yuhao. She laughed weirdly. Otherwise what? You can't do anything to her, right? My god of emotions. Swoosh. In the next moment, Yuhao grabbed her forehead in front of her astonished eyes, and a powerful wave of spiritual power surged into her body. Ah! Juzi screamed in pain. A figure drilled out from the back of Juzi's head. It was a young lady wearing a fox mask. She took off her mask and revealed a very cute face. She touched her head. After that, she said to Yuhao unhappily, Sir, you're really ruthless. It's hurting me. Yuhao supported the unconscious Juzi and looked at her coldly. Why are you here? Because you're here, sir. You are a master. Didn't we all agree that we will follow our master to conquer the universe? Then the entire universe will be yours. Our wishes will come true. Isn't that what you said before? The young lady put on her fox mask again. I said it casually. Why did you take it seriously? Yuhao said, No. Master, you didn't say it casually. Remember, we can't wait anymore. She said, I can't take you away now. However, I'll come and find you again. I'll bring everyone with me. Now, let me give you a farewell gift. She slowly disappeared in front of everyone. Everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't understand what they were talking about. Your old lover again? Tang Dong. and Wang Qiuer appeared beside Hu Yuhao. Tang Dong helped him support Zhu Zi. No, they're my former subordinates. They're a bunch of Chinibu, Hu Yuhao said as he shrugged. However, they're still reliable occasionally. Zhu Zi slowly opened her eyes. Yuhao, all right, it's all right now, Hu Yuhao said to her. Zhu Zi covered her head. Aren't you angry? That's the desire in my heart. Furthermore, don't say any more. Weren't you struggling before? Hu Yuhao said. Zhu Zi was stunned. She didn't say anything else. Marshal, the Sun Moon Army looked at Zhu Zi. What was going on? Did their marshal know the eye of the Shura? This war should end. Hu Yuhao's voice sounded. His voice was not loud, but it reached the ears of everyone on the battlefield. Zhu Zi looked at Hu Yuhao with a complicated expression. Then, she looked at Dai Hao with a tinge of killing intent. Although it was only a tinge, she immediately suppressed it. She had already guessed it when she found out about Yuhao's martial soul. Yuhao was no one from the Sun Moon Army moved. They couldn't resist the power of a god. Furthermore, they didn't dare to do anything before their marshal spoke. Zhu Zi, wait for a moment. 2 people will come to see you later. They're people you won't expect. Hu Yuhao walked towards the White Tiger Duke after he finished speaking. Who? Zhu Zi thought to herself. Hu Yuhao walked towards the White Tiger Duke. The White Tiger Duke had a weird feeling in his heart. It seemed like something incredible was about to happen next. Hu Yuhao didn't say anything. He instantly took out a dagger and placed it on the White Tiger Duke's neck. Everyone was stunned. No one knew what Hu Yuhao was going to do. Even Dai Yueheng and Dai Huabin exclaimed. Only Bei Bei and the others who knew what was going on remained calm. Zhu Zi was stunned as she watched Hu Yuhao point his dagger at Dai Hao. She was also stunned. Shouldn't he? The scene was very quiet. Hu Yuhao placed his dagger on Dai Hao's neck. Hu Yuhao slowly said, It's time to settle the score between us. Do you know that? I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Duke. Hu Yuhao was very agitated. Dai Hao looked at Hu Yuhao in a daze. He didn't expect Yuhao to suddenly attack him. That killing intent couldn't be faked. Why? Why does he want to kill me? He knew that if Yuhao wanted to kill him now, he would have died a few hundred times already. Can you give me a reason to kill me? At least let me die peacefully. Dai Hao didn't resist at this critical moment. This was because Yuhao gave him an inexplicable sense of closeness. I just want to kill you. Isn't that reason enough? Hu Yuhao said coldly. There's always a reason to kill someone. Those who kill without a reason are murderous maniacs. However, you're different. So, tell me why you want to kill me. Dai Hao said. He didn't continue speaking. This was because the dagger had already slit his neck. Fresh blood was flowing out. Dai Hao only looked at the dagger now. When he saw what it looked like, his pupils shrank. You're so annoying. Do I need a reason to kill you? Hu Yuhao was a little impatient. In the next moment, he swung his dagger and slashed down. At this moment, Dai Hao shouted, Brother, don't. Dai Luoli suddenly roared. God-level teammate, Hu Yuhao suddenly froze. The dagger was only a few millimeters away from Dai Hao's neck. If it had gone any further, Dai Hao's neck might have been moved. Hu Yuhao's hand trembled as he held the dagger. Indeed, he couldn't do it. Hu Yuhao stomped his foot and stabbed the dagger into the ground. Bastard, 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 bastard. Why didn't he go and die? Hu Yuhao shouted. Therefore, everyone present heard him. Why did he reveal this side of him? Dai Hao's body trembled as he squatted down. He pulled out the dagger from the ground. He stared at the dagger for a long time before he turned to Hu Yuhao. This is the White Tiger dagger. It's the present I gave to Yin, Dai Hao said with a trembling voice. He recalled that Dai Luoli had called him brother earlier. It was obvious that he was calling Hu Yuhao. You don't tell me you are. Dai Hao thought of something unbelievable. When he returned, he heard from some of his servants that Yin seemed to have given birth to a son for him. However, he went missing after Yin passed away. Back then, Dai Hao was so anxious that he sent many people to every corner of the empire to search for that child. However, they couldn't find any trace of him. He even thought that the child was dead. He felt very guilty. Therefore, he decorated Yin-Er's grave very beautifully. He even wanted to build a grave for the child that he had never met before. However, he felt that it wasn't appropriate because he felt that the child was still alive. Right now, he was certain that Yuhao was that child. You're right. I am indeed that child. You're also my father. Yuhao could naturally hear what Dai Hao was thinking. Yuhao's words shocked everyone present. The White Tiger bodyguards were all astonished. Dai Yueheng and Dai Huabin were also stunned. Who would have thought that they were related by blood? Zhu Zi was astonished. She had already guessed this before. Now that Yuhao had admitted it, she was also very astonished. You're really Yun'er's child? Dai Hao's hand trembled as he held the white tiger dagger. Give it back to me. Yuhao snatched the white tiger dagger. My mother left this to me. Yuhao looked at the white tiger dagger in his hand. No, that's for your mother. No, my mother gave it to me. It's not yours. Yuhao said fiercely. You're Yun'er's child. That means you're my child. You should be Dai. That's impossible. I'm Yuhao. It wasn't Dai Yuhao. You don't have the right to call my mother's name. Were you when my mother was suppressed by the Duchess? Were you when my mother was seriously ill? Were you when my mother died? You didn't even come to see my mother and me once in all these years. Yuhao looked at Dai Hao and said coldly. Dai Hao's heart sank. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, Yuhao. Dai Hao lowered his head in guilt. What's the use of saying sorry? Could it be that my mother suffered for nothing? Why did she fall in love with you? She mumbled your name before she died. Duke, you're a national hero in the hearts of others. However, in my heart, you're an incompetent father. Yuhao took a deep breath after he finished speaking. He calmed himself down. You should go back first. I'll look for you later. Yuhao looked at Zhu Zi and realized that she was also looking at him. Aren't you surprised? Yuhao asked. I'm surprised. However, I already guessed this and was mentally prepared. Zhu Zi laughed bitterly. Yuhao was stunned. He wanted to say something, but he hesitated. Finally, Yuhao seemed to have made up his mind. Zhu Zi, look at who they are. Yuhao tore open a crack in the air. A man and a woman walked out of the crack. The man wasn't particularly handsome, but he was quite good-looking. He was dressed in a chef's outfit. However, the woman beside him was different. She looked very similar to Zhu Zi. She was very beautiful. Zhu Zi was stunned. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Tears started to flow out of her eyes. Father, mother. Zhu Zi burst into tears. Xiaoju. The two men ran towards Zhu Zi. The three of them hugged each other tightly. Father, mother, Wu. Zhu Zi missed you so much. Zhu Zi cried as she spoke. All right. Aren't we here? Zhu Zi's mother comforted her. Father, mother, what exactly are you? Zhu Zi looked at the two of them in confusion. We have to thank the god of emotions for this. He barged into the netherworld and discussed with the manager of the netherworld for a long time. After that, he brought us away and revived us. Zhu Zi's father looked at Yuhao and said, Yuhao, thank you. Zhu Zi looked at Yuhao and said gratefully. At this point, the trace of hatred in her heart had disappeared. Why are you being so polite with me? Do you still want to start a war? Yuhao laughed. No, I won't. I'll return Xingluo to the Xianra Empire now. Then, I'll end this war. Zhu Zi wiped her tears and said. Yuhao laughed. I hope you're not lying to me this time. Why would I? I won't lie to you this time. Zhu Zi stuck her tongue out at him. Now that her parents were revived, there was no point in her taking revenge. She looked at Yuhao again. No wonder he's the creator of miracles. She was really happy that her parents were revived. She would even be willing to give herself to Yuhao if he asked her to do so. Zhu Zi's parents looked at Zhu Zi and Yuhao. There was a teasing look in their eyes. The two of them could tell that Zhu Zi and Yuhao's relationship wasn't simple. Zhu Zi's parents looked at Zhu Zi with smiles in their eyes. The god of emotions is not bad. You have to work hard. Don't let other girls beat you to him. Zhu Zi blushed. She knew what they meant. They must have seen through their relationship. Don't worry, I already have. Zhu Zi didn't say it out loud. Instead, she used a secret signal that only the three of them understood. Zhu Zi's parents were shocked. Isn't this development too fast? Yuhao's mouth twitched. He knew what they were talking about. He was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. He looked at the west of the Doloa continent. Tang Dong, and Wang Qiu were both shocked. How is this possible? The seal that the three of us set up has been broken? What's wrong? Juzi was confused as she looked at Yuhao. Juzi, reorganize the Sun-Moon army, Yuhao said to Juzi very seriously. After that, he shouted at the White Tiger Duke, Duke, command the entire army to enter battle mode. Well, what's going on? Juzi was a little panicked. Yuhao looked to the west again. The Doloa continent is about to be invaded by extraterrestrial creatures. What? Sky Mountain Range? Crack. Gotcha. The transparent chains began to shatter one after another. Pitch-black cracks started to expand in the sky. The young lady with the fox mask curled her lips. Master, accept my parting gift for you. There's a very powerful person inside. Ha ha ha. She disappeared from the Doloa continent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Balls of black gas surged out and quickly spread. They corroded everything around them. In the next moment, groups of black bats charged out. They were of different sizes, and their claws were also different. Some had 3 claws, some had 4 claws, some had 5 claws, and some had 6 claws. It wasn't just bats. The next moment, groups of pitch-black lizards crawled out. There were also groups of ants, centipedes, snakes, spider monkeys, and many other strange creatures. Who cared what they were? They were all abyssal creatures anyway. In the next moment, creatures that were as huge as dragons also charged out. They looked very much like dragons. It had a head similar to a dragon's, and its body was as big as a small mountain. Its entire body was covered in dark green scales, and it only had 3 legs to support its body. Its upper body was very muscular, and its arms were especially long. Its 2 sharp claws were the same ones that Tang Weilin had seen before, and each of its claws had a diameter of over 5 meters. It also had a huge tail that dragged behind it. It had 4 eyes, all of which shone with a crimson light, and its aura was extremely ferocious. There were also some humanoid creatures, and most of them were female. They had a pair of special wings on their backs, which looked a little like bat wings. However, their bones were clearly larger, and their joints were not made of ordinary skin. Instead, they were covered in dark green scales. They were in groups, and their leader's aura was not inferior to that of Super Doloa. Another group of soldiers was also a group of women. Of course, there were also men, but there were very few of them. Their bodies were covered in a layer of dark purple scales, and they had a pair of wings on their backs. There were even bony claws at the tips of their wings. Their eyes shone with a deep black light. Their leader's aura had even surpassed that of Super Doloa. This was the aura of Ultimate Doloa. Wave after wave of monstrous creatures came out aggressively. Endless Abyss, that seal has finally been broken. Although I don't know who did it, this sage is grateful to her. All of the upper 72 levels of the Abyss move out. Follow the Black Monarch. After occupying this plane, this sage will be able to create his own godly king position. At that time, the Abyss plane will become the new godly realm of this universe. Everyone can become a god. The pitch-black figure sat on the throne. Immediately after, powerful auras drilled into the huge crack in the sky. That pitch-black figure gradually transformed into a man, regardless of whether he was a man or a woman. He looked pensive. That seal was so powerful, and it was not something that humans could possess. Who would have thought that such a powerful existence existed in this plane? However, the corners of his mouth curled up. I still have a secret weapon. That terrifying creature was a terrifying existence that could destroy this plane in an instant. He came to the side of a black pool. Wake up. There's a new plane to destroy, my lord. Roar. 9 low roars sounded. This space actually trembled and almost collapsed. The Lord of the Abyss trembled. As expected, it was still the same as before. What kind of creature was it? 18 pairs of eyes of different colors opened. Roar. A huge figure appeared. It looked like a dragon with 9 heads. It had huge wings and 9 dragon heads of different colors. They actually contained different elements. Light, fire, wind, water, poison, earth, lightning, metal, and destruction. 9 elements. It looked at the crack in the sky, and its eyes shone with an aura of destruction. Who am I? I seem to have a master in the past. My name is... Oh, right. I remember now. Those weaklings that I killed all called me. Heaven's Wrath. My master, he named me. You all know who it is. Chapter 67. West of Dolua. Arg. What kind of creatures are these? Help. Mommy. Someone save us. Some of the civilians who had been attacked screamed in agony. Even though some soul masters had appeared to fight these creatures, there were simply too many of them. Furthermore, they were extremely powerful, and the soul masters were quickly defeated, just as they thought that they were dead for sure. Snow began to fall from the sky. Crack! Wave after wave of bats, black lizards, and centipedes were frozen into ice sculptures. It's fine now. A blue-haired young man slowly descended from the sky. He wore an expressionless face as he looked at the soul masters and said, "Hurry up and evacuate the civilians." "Yes," the soul masters replied. He turned his gaze toward the ice sculptures again, and an icy blue halberd had appeared in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the ice sculptures were shattered. He looked on with an indifferent expression, and the ice shards instantly transformed into black smoke that entered the halberd. After absorbing this abyssal energy, they wouldn't be able to revive. The group here had already been taken care of. They seemed to have split up into close to 20 groups, so, in other places. In a city. Hold the line. Don't let them break out of the defensive line. There are civilians behind us. Our reinforcements will fall soon. A powerful Contra commanded his troops as he killed a Bon with his melee soul tool. Right at this moment, 2 massive Bon tails swept toward him. The Contra was caught off guard and was instantly sent flying. Wave after wave of demonic demons pounced toward him. Am I going to die like this? Oi, oi. Don't talk about dying. How ominous is that? Don't worry. With me here, you won't die. A very coquettish voice sounded. The Contra opened its eyes to reveal a red-haired young man carrying a massive crimson scythe and a black-haired young man with a peculiar pair of eyes. One of the black-haired young man's eyes was golden, while the other was a white vortex. The red-haired young man turned to the black-haired young man and said, "Let's see who can kill more of these things." "Sure," the black-haired young man agreed. "Then, let's begin. My slaughterhouse." The red-haired young man waved his massive scythe, and the black-haired young man's left eye lit up. In a small village, waves of abyssal creatures were battling against a terrifying army of undead. Behind the undead army, a gray-haired young man watched everything calmly. It looked like he had to summon something stronger. He waved his hand, and the pitch-black door opened. One after another, gigantic bone dragons rushed out. On the other side, a golden-haired youth and a silver-haired youth were standing back to back. They were surrounded by many Ba-NS, 6-clawed bats, demonic succubi, and many other abyssal creatures. These guys are really interesting. The golden-haired young man stretched his muscles and laughed. "You can revive after killing him? Don't let your guard down," the silver-haired youth reminded. "Hey, who are we? No matter how strong they were, how strong could they be? We are the Gold and Silver Dragon Kings." The golden-haired young man was the first to rush out and spread his massive golden dragon wings, turning into a massive golden dragon as he rushed into the Ba, an army, and slaughtered a large number of Ba soldiers. "Die!" The silver-haired youth shook his head and raised his hands in the air. "Wind, water, fire, earth, thunder, light, dark, ice, time and space." The 9 elements gathered above his hands, forming a huge 9-colored ball. Elemental bomb. I admit it's an imitation of a primordial spirit bomb. Boom! The 9-colored ball smashed into the abyssal army and caused a massive explosion. Even the mushroom cloud was 9-colored. The golden-haired youth emerged from the mushroom cloud. "Damn it! Are you trying to kill me?" The golden-haired youth glared at the silver-haired youth. "I know your skin is very thick. It won't kill you." The silver-haired youth shrugged. The golden-haired youth and the silver-haired youth's expressions changed slightly. Looks like some abyssal level lords from the upper 36 levels have arrived. Hey, let's fuse, the golden-haired youth said to the silver-haired youth. The silver-haired youth didn't say anything. He only nodded. After speaking, the two of them hugged each other and gradually fused together. Gold and silver light shone in all directions. A youth with colorful hair walked out of the light with a pair of massive colorful dragon wings on his back. Not far in front of him, there was a massive ant emperor, a massive six-clawed demon emperor, a 100-legged centipede emperor, and many other abyssal creatures that couldn't be described with words. Except oh no, our wrath. This is the fury of the dragon god. Outside Xingluo City, a chaotic battle had already broken out. Don't lower your head to foreign creatures. Fight for the continent. Don't fall. The human army fought against the abyssal army. 9-stage sky annihilation lightning. Dragon Emperor realm quake. Bei Bei used his ultimate move once again. Jinwu mystic water domain. The ground where Su Sanshur stood turned into a black lake. In this world, I'm the most invincible. Su Sanshur stood on the Xuanwu turtle shell. Let's attack together. Brother Xuanwu. 100 flowers, phantom, blue-silver impaling array. Jiang Nanan was in charge of charm, while Tang Ye attacked. Jiang Nanan and Tang Ye looked at the graceful figure not far from them. Charm Empress. Interesting. Your charisma. Melodious music sounded, and the abyssal creatures began to slow down. Xiao Xiao was playing the 9 Phoenix worshipping flute. Weapons appeared on Hiketu's back, and he quickly charged towards the abyssal creatures. Colorful clouds covered the sky, and sword shadows flashed. Many abyssal creatures turned into black gas and disappeared. Die! Nan Xiuqiu punched the abyssal creatures one after another. The abyssal creatures miraculously started to disperse. Yi Gai's archangel Holy Sword seemed to be able to counter the abyssal creatures. She had already killed many of them. There was a sea of fire. How dare you behave so atrociously in my territory? Are you tired of living? Ma Xiaodao shuttled through the sea of fire and burned many abyssal creatures. Finally, she looked at the last living being. It was a black fireman formed from balls of black fire. Oh, rank 98? Ma Xiaotao's lips curled upwards. Woman, you're very strong. I'm the ruler of the 64th level, the Black Fire Emperor, the Black Fireman said. Cut the crap. Ma Xiaotao was surrounded by flames. The flames had reached an unimaginably terrifying level. The Black Fireman's eyes were filled with astonishment. Grandson, primordial fire? Impossible. Die. Ma Xiaodao had already charged over. Roar. Roar. 2 tigers roared. A huge blood-red tiger with blood-red wings on its back was fighting a black tiger that was about the same size as it. Roar. There has never been an opponent who can make me fight with my full strength. You're the first, the huge tiger said. It stared at the huge blood-red tiger, which was Dailuoli's martial soul true body. Then I'm really lucky, Dailuoli said coldly. The huge tiger started to shrink and turned into a beautiful lady with black hair. You're qualified to make me use my full strength. Let me introduce myself. I'm the ruler of the 12th level, the Tiger Emperor. Please enlighten me. Her aura started to become stronger. This lady's aura had clearly surpassed Ultimate Dolua. She was at Ultimate Dolua's level. Rank 92 Blood Tiger, Dolua Dailuoli. Please enlighten me. Dailuoli finally revealed a serious expression. However, his innate talent was also put to use. The more he fought, the stronger he became. She had ignited his fighting spirit. On the other side, Yuhao, original body, Tang Dong and Wang Xiu looked at the 9 figures surrounding them. They were all at Ultimate Dolua's level. They were the abyssal emperors of the last 9 levels. However, the 10 abyssal creatures also revealed serious expressions. These 3 people didn't have any powerful auras. They were just like ordinary people. However, they gave off a feeling that they were going against the heavens. It was a feeling of helplessness. In the next moment, Yuhao's gaze shifted slightly. He looked in a direction. There, a pair of purple eyes were watching everything. That girl, she's still not coming out. At this moment, a black-haired man appeared in front of them. The 9 abyssal emperors knelt down together. Welcome, Holy Lord. The Lord of the Abyss. He was the ruler of the entire abyssal plane. In Yuhao's words, he was the ruler of the entire abyssal plane. Are you gods? The Lord of the Abyss was astonished as he looked at Yuhao, Tang Dong and Wang Qiu. I didn't expect that a mere ruler of the abyssal plane like you, a quasi-god, would be so powerful. Tang Dong laughed coldly. The Lord of the Abyss's expression was very serious. He didn't expect this plane to have 3 gods. This had long exceeded their expectations. If they didn't use their secret weapon, all the abyssal creatures combined wouldn't be able to defeat a single god. Do you still want to invade? Hurry up, and King returned to the abyss. No, scram back to your abyssal universe. Yuhao said coldly. The Lord of the Abyss and all the other emperors were shocked. This god actually knew their origins. Indeed, even if we worked together, we wouldn't be a match for one of you. However, this is different. The Lord of the Abyss pointed to the west. Yuhao, Tang Dong, and Wang Qiu were stunned. They looked to the west. In the next moment, their pupils shrank. It was as if they had seen something incredible. Even the people who were fighting stopped. They looked at the western sky in shock. What was that? It was so big. It was a huge black shadow. It was a 9-headed dragon. The 9 dragon heads were of different colors, and each head was over 10,000 meters long. Its huge wings were at least 100,000 meters wide. It was as if they could cover the sky. Its body was already over 100,000 meters long. Its aura caused the entire continent to tremble. Haha, look, this is the abyssal plane's final trump card. It could destroy any plane it wanted to destroy. It's a creature even more terrifying than a god. The sage spread his arms and laughed maniacally. Impossible. Yuhao looked at the 9-headed dragon in shock. Why? Why is this guy here? Tang Dong obviously recognized this creature. The shock in her eyes couldn't be concealed. Qiu looked at the 9-headed dragon very seriously. If the 3 of them were still at their previous strength, defeating it would be child's play. However, they were now gods. They hadn't recovered to the level above the ruler realm. Who is it? The army was already in a mess. Yuhao, what is it? Juzi asked Yuhao at this moment. It was once stronger than the dragon god. It's called the 9-headed chimera. Qiu said very seriously. It destroyed many planes. It was called Heavenly Wrath by people. It's the god of Heavenly Wrath, Austin Griffin. Tang Dong continued. It's a terrifying creature that accompanied the creator when she was born. Not creator, but her reincarnation, Yuhao said. Juzi didn't understand, but she felt that it was very scary. Destroy all the planes. 9 different voices rang out. It stared at Yuhao, Tang Dong, and Wang Qiu. God, you can't stop me. Its 9 heads opened their mouths at the same time. 9 elemental powers gathered in front of their mouths. However, it didn't spit them down. Instead, it spat them toward the Sun Moon Empire's capital. Oh no! Juzi was shocked. Yuhao, Yunhan, he's still in the palace. Juzi was terrified as she looked at Yuhao. Yuhao's pupils shrank. He opened a spatial crack and disappeared in front of everyone. Boom! A terrifying mushroom cloud bloomed in Radiant City once again. However, this time, it was much more powerful than Yuhao's god-slaying cannon. The entire Radiant City was instantly turned into a city of rubble. It was obvious that no one could survive such destructive power. However, a blue-haired youth who wasn't even 18 years old crawled out from a pile of rubble in the next moment. He was carrying a little boy who was about 6 years old. You are. The little boy was stunned as he looked at the youth who was carrying him. Wasn't that youth Yuhao? That child was naturally Su Yunhan. Are you hurt? Yuhao asked the little boy. Su Yunhan shook his head. He looked at Yuhao curiously. It's good that you're not hurt. Yuhao smiled and touched his head. Yuhao was stunned. Su Yunhan suddenly trembled and subconsciously exclaimed, "Are you my father?" Yuhao was stunned for a moment before he laughed bitterly. After that, he said, "Yes, yes, I'm your father. Come, let's go find your mother." Su Yunhan nodded. He held Su Yunhan in his arms as he tore open another spatial rift and walked into it, leaving behind a pile of rubble. In the next instant, all of the Sun Moon Empire citizens and soul masters in the palace emerged from the rubble. That's strange. We're not dead. On the battlefield, when Yuhao reappeared, he was carrying a 6-year-old boy in his arms. "Yunhan!" Zhuzi exclaimed emotionally. "Mother!" Su Yunhan waved at her. Zhuzi took Yunhan from Yuhao's arms. "Are you all right? Yunhan, are you hurt?" Little Yunhan shook his head. "Mother, I'm fine. Father saved me." "Father!" Zhuzi was stunned as she looked at Yuhao. Yuhao was a little embarrassed. "I already knew. My martial soul allows me to recall everything that happened when I was unconscious." Zhuzi blushed. Did this mean that he already knew? "This child is so cute." Zhuzi's parents said, "Roar, roar." 9 loud roars sounded. It was obvious that it was Austin Griffin. Its aura was rising. Right now, it was almost at the level of a godly emperor. Yuhao stretched his body. "Dong, Chiu, and Xiaoyu, who has been peeping. I'll leave Dolua to you." Exclamation point. The 2 girls and the purple figure who had been hiding in the shadows were shocked. "Master Yuhao, where are you going?" The 2 girls and Lingyu, who had suddenly jumped out, asked in unison. "I'm going to drag this fellow somewhere else to fight." Yuhao finished speaking and flew into the sky. 9 god halos flashed behind him. "Is he thinking of—" Wang Qiu muttered, "dragging it into space." Tang Dong finished Qiu's sentence. Yuhao looked up at the huge figure that was getting closer and closer to him. "Although I don't know why you're here, I won't allow you to destroy 13 Dolua. Even if you're the companion of the god of creation, it's still the same." Yuhao's hair turned gray. More importantly, the god halos behind him turned gray. He had changed his god position. This was the god of life and death. Spirit imprisoning lock. 9 pitch-black chains appeared behind Yuhao's back and locked onto Austin's head. Roar. 9 furious roars echoed across the sky. "Come with me." Yuhao pulled on the 9 chains and flew into the sky until he left 13 To be honest, 13 Doa's surface was very beautiful. From afar, it looked like a crystal ball. Most of it was made up of oceans, and there were only a few continents. The largest of these continents was the Dolua continent. Right now, an extremely small figure was pulling on 9 chains. The 9 chains were binding a 9-headed dragon. The 9 dragon heads and horns were of different colors, and all 9 heads were bound by chains. Roar. The 9th head struggled with all its might and released a terrifying destructive power that destroyed the chains binding it. It looked at the other 8 chains and released the power of destruction, destroying the chains that bound its other 8 heads. Bang! It's been destroyed. Yuhao stopped. Roar! You can't stop me. Austin turned to 13 Dolua. The 9 elemental powers gathered in front of their mouths again, forming an energy ball that was several hundred times larger than before. "You plan to destroy 13 Dolua just like that?" Yuhao frowned and instantly stood in front of it. Austin had already spat out the gathered energy. 9 dragons. Gather. Yuhao roared, and 8 different colored lights flashed. Following this, 9 huge dragons of different colors appeared where they had been standing. Each of them was over 100,000 meters long, and their size was not inferior to Austin's at all. They used the Dragon King's breath together and destroyed the destructive energy ball. "You, 9 great Dragon Kings?" Austin was slightly shocked. The dragon in the middle was an icy blue dragon. Its body was covered in a layer of ice crystals. It was the current Frost Dragon King, Yuhao. Oh, look, it's Austin Griffin," the White Dragon King said excitedly. "Calm down. We're the 9 great Dragon Kings," the Black Dragon King said. "But if I remember correctly, Austin Griffin should be stronger than the Dragon God," the White Dragon King said. "That's because he was born before the Dragon God." If he was born at the same time as the dragon god, it's hard to say who would win, the Inferno Dragon King said coldly. Also, Austin Griffin doesn't seem to be at his peak right now, the Earth Dragon King said. Yes, that's right. He's only half as strong as he was at his peak. This means that he's definitely at the level of a divine emperor. Yuhao frowned. Why are you afraid of him? Don't forget that you still have us. The 7 spirits, the Qilin, and the 9-tailed scorpion all appeared. Austin Griffin was shocked once again. They were Sky's silkworm golden-winged moth, brother Skydream Evil, Tyrant, Evil Emperor Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, Ice Empress Iceski Snow Lady, Snow Empress Ice Field Bear King, Little White Mermaid Princess, Leah Star Anise Mysterious Ice Grass, Star Anise Auspicious Golden Qilin, Selene 9-tailed Emperor Scorpion ranked in the top 10 of the universe's assassin leaderboard, Scylla. Isn't it just a divine retribution? If we all work together, do you think we'll be afraid of him? The Qilin said domineeringly. I also want to know how strong he is. Scylla wiped her scorpion claws. Her 9 scorpion tails kept swaying. Many beasts, Austin Griffin said slowly. You're actually colluding with the humans. You're really capable. We're not colluding. Yuhao is our family. We're family, brothers and sisters. All the beasts shouted together. Austin Griffin suddenly trembled. This feeling, he seemed to have felt it before, the feeling of home. His master didn't treat him as a pet. Instead, he treated him like a family member, like his own little brother. Speaking of which, if we remember correctly, shouldn't he be at that place? Why would he appear here? The Water Dragon King suddenly said. Who knows? Perhaps it's the only one who knows. Don't say such weird things in front of me. Austin Griffin was enraged. The spheres of destruction gathered again, but this time there were 12 of them. Don't even think about it. Everyone attack. Oh, attack together. Attack him together. Chapter 68. But my body has a seal that Haoyue once placed on me, Long Haochen said. That's simple, Iluk said calmly. He extended his right index finger and lightly tapped Long Haochen's forehead. In the next moment, Long Haochen felt the seal in his body miraculously shatter. Senior brother, you can begin the inheritance now. Yuhao faced Austin. I'll buy time for you. Yuhao rushed towards Haoyue. The remaining Dragon Kings, Qilin, and 9-tailed Scorpion all rushed towards Haoyue. Behind Long Haochen, a sacred and noble 9-colored radiance appeared and began to expand rapidly. Within the radiance, there was a huge throne. The throne seemed to be carved out of white jade and was sparkling and translucent. On the back of the throne, there were fine reliefs that gave off an indescribable sense of beauty. At the top was the sun, moon, and stars. In the middle were birds and beasts. Connected to the throne was the scenery of nature. On the armrests were the statues of a sacred dragon and a 12-winged angel. And now, there was an illusory woman sitting on the throne. She had a head of flawless white hair, and her clothes were thin. Her appearance was indescribable. Her beauty seemed to not exist in this world. It was an appearance that could shock the entire universe. When facing her, one would feel like they were facing the vast universe. Long Haochen began to close his eyes and sit cross-legged. Tsk tisk. Ilux smacked his lips. That illusory woman looked at Electrolux and nodded. Electrolux nodded back at her, as if he was returning the gesture. That woman then looked at Yuhao, who was in a bitter battle with Haoyue in the distance. There was a trace of complicated longing in her eyes, and Yuhao seemed to have sensed something. He turned his head to look at that figure, but just as he relaxed, the other party took advantage of the opening and hit Yuhao with a ball of destruction. Yuhao fell into the deep crater on the moon. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of multicolored blood. He then looked at that illusory woman. That woman was actually covering her mouth and laughing secretly. But she wasn't even in her original body. What could Yuhao say? He rose into the air again with a 7-colored flute in his hand. In the next moment, a melodious flute sound rang out and Haoyue's movement stopped. Confinement song could confine the enemy, But if the enemy was stronger, it could only confine them for 10 seconds. But these 10 seconds was enough. The 7 Dragon Kings gathered together and opened their mouths. Elemental energy began to gather and shoot out. The Dragon King waves of the 7 Dragon Kings struck Hao Yue, but Austin didn't care about them at all. After moving around a bit, he wasn't injured at all. What? It didn't work? The 7 Kings were Hao Yue at this moment. The Qilin also threw out her golden greatsword, which struck his heart. Roar! Hao Yue let Hong the golden use haha. Is his body, made, ha 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 ha. 9 different colored scorpion tails pierced his back. 2 scorpion pincers clamped his wings. 9-tailed Emperor Scorpion suddenly appeared behind Hao Yue. As a professional assassin, if I don't even know aura concealment, do I deserve to be called an assassin? 9-tailed Emperor Scorpion used all her strength to clamp his wings. So hard, she muttered. 9-tailed Emperor Scorpion raised Hao Yue high in the air. Then, she used all her strength to smash him into the ground. This guy's body is too strange, 9-tailed Emperor Scorpion said as she retreated. At this moment, Yuhao threw his strongest punch at Hao Yue, who was lying on the ground. That was the power of dragon strength, and 7 gates, bang. Smoke and dust rose up, revealing an immense crater. Hao Yue crawled out of the crater in a somewhat distressed state. It seemed that he had indeed suffered some injuries. His body started to emit some light, a total of 8 light spots. I really didn't expect this Austin Griffin's body to have reached such a level. I'm really envious. Order's voice rang out. This is the 8th gate. Yuhao was stunned. That was the 8th gate of the 8 inner hidden gates. The power of this punch was limitless. There was no need to talk about its defensive power. It couldn't be any more terrifying. When one's body reached the 8th gate, it could be said that one had an invincible body. Bang! Hao Yue rushed out of the crater and rushed towards the 7 Dragon Kings. With a flick of his tail, the 7 Dragon Kings gathered together. Everyone hold on. Bang! 7 meteors streaked across the universe, smashing through a meteorite, smashing through another meteorite, smashing through another meteorite, until they smashed into the 10th meteorite. This monstrous power is too terrifying. The 7 Dragon Kings spat out a mouthful of blood. They turned into 7 rays of light and returned to Yuhao's spiritual world. Yuhao rubbed his head. This time, he really couldn't injure Austin. Qilin, Sila, come back too. Qilin and 9-tailed Emperor Scorpion were stunned. Hurry up. You can't injure him. Qilin and 9-tailed Emperor Scorpion looked at each other. In the end, they listened to Yuhao's words and returned to the spiritual world. Yuhao began to move his body. It seems that I have to get serious. Yuhao muttered to himself. In the next moment, the same light spots appeared on his body as Hao Yue's. However, the difference was that he only had 7 light spots. However, each light spot was surrounded by a ring of light. There were 9 diamond-like objects shining on the ring of light. It's only the 7th gate. So what if you reach the 7th gate? Can the 7th gate compare to the 8th gate? Order's voice came from Hao Yue's 9th head. Then I'll show you how the 7th gate can beat the 8th gate. Yuhao suddenly disappeared in front of Hao Yue. He disappeared? Order's voice sounded very shocked. Behind you. Fool! Yuhao's voice came from behind him. However, Yuhao didn't give him a chance. He threw a punch. Boom! Just like the 7 great Dragon Kings, Hao Yue smashed into a meteorite. He smashed through it, and then smashed into another meteorite. After the 10th time, he stopped. Hao Yue came out of the 10th meteorite in a very sorry state. How is this possible? Order's voice was filled with shock. How can the 7th gate defeat the 8th gate? This is impossible. I don't believe it. Yuhao appeared in front of Hao Yue in the blink of an eye. He threw a punch at Hao Yue's head. You have to believe it, even if you don't believe it. Boom! Yuhao's fist and Hao Yue's huge claw collided. Both of them retreated 100 steps before stopping. A draw? How is this possible? How can the seventh gate be so powerful? Impossible. This is impossible. I don't believe it. Order couldn't believe it. I've already said it. You have to believe it, even if you don't believe it. Yuhao stomped on the ground and rushed towards him. Order controlled Yue's body and rushed towards Yuhao. Can you do it? This body is your senior brother's younger brother. Boom! Yuhao threw a punch at Yue's head. Yue retreated a few steps. It's fine as long as I hit you out of his body. Senior brother won't blame me. Because I'm hitting you, not Yue. Yuhao waved his hand and said. On the other side, Long Haochen slowly opened his eyes and looked at the illusory woman behind him. Thank you, Senior. Long Haochen bowed 90 degrees. The illusory woman shook her head and touched Long Haochen's head. She looked at Yuhao in the distance and smiled slightly before disappearing into the universe. Senior, have a safe journey. Long Haochen punched his chest with his right fist and said, Come on, she's not dead yet. Electrolux said, Huh? Long Haochen was stunned. She's returned to her original world. The god of creation was originally created by her. Now, she's just passing this deity position to you. Electrolux said, Original world? Teacher, what kind of world is that? Long Haochen asked. I can't tell you yet. Electrolux said, Go, help your junior brother and save Yue. Okay, Long Haochen replied. He looked into the distance. His aura began to rise slowly. Second-level god, first-level god, godly king. The 9 divine halos behind him kept shining. The power of the universe around him began to gather in his body. The divine throne of eternity and creation on his back began to turn into a set of armor and automatically put on Long Haochen's body. In the distance, Yue's body began to tremble. Order was shocked. Oh no, he succeeded. Yuhao stopped and looked behind him. Is it finally done? Long Haochen slowly walked over and began to wave his hands in the air. The power of the universe around him began to solidify. It was an indestructible 9 universe chains that locked Yue's 9 heads. Then, 4 similar chains appeared and bound Yue's body. He couldn't move. Yue, wake up right now. The center of the god realm, this aura is... Tang, San, and Destruction couldn't sit still anymore. Their eyes were filled with shock. Ji Dong and Lai Yin, who were at the side, couldn't stop trembling. The goddess of life made a prayer with her hands. God of creation! The 5 enforcers shouted together. Yue, wake up! Long Haochen looked at the 9-headed dragon not far away from him. The 9th head was shaking with all its might. Yuhao suppressed the 9th head. Junior brother, let go. I believe in Yue. Long Haochen said to Yuhao. Yuhao was stunned for a moment. Then, he left Yue and stood side by side with Long Haochen. Listen to senior brother. Long Haochen slowly walked towards the struggling Yue. Look at Yue. This is your favorite dried fish. Long Haochen took out the dried fish and said to Yue. Yue ignored him. And your favorite magic crystal. Yue still ignored him. Long Haochen didn't say anything. He slowly came in front of him and touched Yue's head of heaven's wrath. Yue, I know. Your consciousness must still exist, right? Don't be suppressed by the order. Yue, you are my brother heaven's wrath. How can you be suppressed by others? So wake up quickly. Yue's head of heaven's wrath trembled even more violently. Stop. Don't. Order screamed. Get out of here. Yue's voice. Who? A black ray of light floated out from Yue's 9th head. At this moment, Yuhao caught the black ray of light. Let go. Let go. The black ray of light struggled. Hey, this should be something you made with a part of your soul, right? I say, if I destroy this, will your main body be injured? Yuhao smirked. You. Don't. The black ray of light cried out in fear. Who cares about you? Yuhao pinched the black ray of light and scattered it. At a certain place. Pooh! Order spat out a mouthful of blood. Such an injury would take a period of time to recover. It would take around 30 years. Bastard. God of emotions. Yue. Long Haochen touched Yue's head of heaven's wrath. Brother. Hao Yue opened his eyes and looked at Long Haochen. It's okay now, Hao Yue. Look, your favorite dried fish. Long Haochen took out the dried fish. Hao Yue's eyes lit up and swallowed it. It's not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Hao Yue said, Hee hee, it's okay. Let's go back. I'll prepare a lot of dried fish for you. Long Haochen said with a smile. Are we leaving now? Yuhao asked. Yes. My family and friends are waiting for me. Long Haochen said. Yuhao, I'm leaving too. I'm going there. Electrolux said. Teacher, you. Yuhao was stunned. He knew what that place was. You're all grown up now. I can't stay in your spiritual world anymore. I can't help you anymore. Didn't I say it before? I'll leave you one day. Yes, they're waiting for me too. So, you can only rely on yourself from now on. Teacher also believes in you. You won't be defeated by difficulties. Electrolux said. He then looked at Long Haochen. Haochen, send my regards to Kai. Long Haochen nodded. Don't worry, teacher. Give this to Kai. Consider it a gift from teacher to her. Electrolux took out a gray crystal. Long Haochen looked at it and couldn't help but stare blankly, but still put it away. This way, I won't have anything to worry about. Electrolux smiled and tore a huge crack in the air, slowly disappearing from the two's eyes. Teacher, take care. Long Haochen murmured. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. Hao Yue apologized to Yuhao. It's okay. Yuhao patted his head. Senior brother, I'm going back now. I hope we can meet again in the future. Yuhao said to Long Haochen. We'll definitely meet again. Long Haochen looked in the direction of the Saint Demon Star. Yuhao extended his hand, and so did Long Haochen. Hao Yue, let's go. Long Haochen called out to Hao Yue. Hao Yue carried him and flew into the distance. The continent of Dolo. So, under the pressure of the three gods, the abyss scrammed back. Yuhao looked at Tang Dong, Wang Qiu, and Ling Yu as he asked. Yes, that's right. Ling Yu nodded proudly. Of course, with everyone's help. Although we didn't help much. We just cleaned up the small fries. Wang Qiu said calmly. Now, the abyss won't dare to invade the continent of Doloa, Tang Dong said with a smile. That's not necessarily the case. Yuhao said. Come with me. We'll set up another seal. This time we'll reinforce it. It'll last for a few thousand years. When that happens, humans should be able to defeat the invading abyss creatures with their own strength. After the abyss incident, the Sun-Moon Empress Juzi announced that Xingluo's territory had been returned. Juzi also returned to the Sun-Moon Empire's capital to pacify the people and rebuild Radiant City with the citizens of the Sun-Moon Empire. During this war against the abyssal creatures, the reputation of Shrek's 7 monsters spread far and wide, while Yuhao and his wives became legends. Yuhao battled the 9 giant dragons at an altitude of over 10,000 meters, and it was said that this was a battle that could destroy an entire plane in the universe, according to ancient records. People called it a battle of the pinnacle. About 2 years later, the Sun-Moon Empire's Radiant City was rebuilt. The Sun-Moon Empire didn't go to war again. The Xianra Empire's emperor, Su Jiawei, abdicated and passed the throne to Dai Hao. However, Dai Hao decided to live in seclusion and passed the throne to Dai Huabin. He made Dai Yueheng a prince. Dai Luoli became the Western general. Yuhao became Xingluo's imperial advisor. From then on, the Doloa continent entered the situation of 2 great empires 10,000 years ago. Boom! On this day, the Shrek Academy was bustling with activity. In the inner courtyard, 13 people opened their eyes at the same time. Different lights shone from their bodies. Hee, is this the power of a quasi-god? I feel that if those abyss creatures dare to come again, I'll slap all of them. A black-haired youth with a Xuanwu sitting on him said casually, You only know how to bully the weak after getting sand, sure. Let's see how you'll act if a quasi-god comes. A purple-haired youth said. Several bolts of purple lightning surrounded him. I feel the same. A golden-haired girl with rabbit ears said. Hey, wife, how can you speak for an outsider? The black-haired youth couldn't take it anymore. Ooh, who's your wife? The golden-haired girl said shyly. Why aren't you my wife? The black-haired youth whispered into her ear. Yuhao, I'm ignoring you. The golden-haired girl snorted. Hey, don't. Wife, I was wrong. I was wrong, okay? The black-haired youth knelt down. All right, Nan, forgive him. A girl with light blue hair said with a smile. She was emitting a strong aura of life. Since little you spoke, I'll forgive you. The golden-haired girl said proudly. Thank you, sect master. The black-haired youth said to the girl with light blue hair. Kaitu, how do you feel? A petite girl asked. I feel very good. Now, I can finally take off my armor. A majestic man covered in armor said. He took off his armor, revealing a shiny bald head. Although he didn't have any hair, he was still extraordinarily handsome. A red-haired woman in a fiery red dress stretched her body. I haven't exercised in a long time. Who want to spar with me? No. Only Brother G and Luali can last more than 300 rounds against you. Sister shout out, go find them. The rest of the people were terrified. Speaking of which, where did Yuhao go? A red-haired woman asked with her hands on her hips. Are you awake? Ha. Good. It's good that you're awake. Shrek has so many quasi-gods. That's great. Ha. A sloppy old man took a sip of wine from his gourd and said happily, Elder Xian. The 13 of them greeted him. No need. You're all quasi-gods now. I'm already old, but the Academy nurtured us. The Academy will always be our second home. Good. It's good that you said that. The old man laughed. Elder Xian, have you seen little junior brother? The purple-haired youth asked. Yuhao? He said that if you wake up, go to the Forbidden Island to find him. Elder Xian said. Oh, Sun Moon Empire. Juzi took care of Su Yunhan, who had just fallen asleep. Her eyes were filled with gentleness. In the garden outside, Juzi's parents were drinking wine and sewing clothes. In the next moment, the entire room turned white. Juzi was the only one in this world. Juzi didn't panic. Instead, she was very calm. Are you leaving? Juzi muttered to herself. Yes, this might be the last time we meet. Are you really not going to go to the God Realm with me? A young man's voice sounded. No, I don't want to go to the God Realm. Although I can live forever there, I'll lose my freedom. Isn't that right? I'm already very satisfied with my current life. I have parents and a son, but I don't have. Her voice was trembling. She tried her best not to cry. The young man was silent. You look at Yunhan again, Juzi said with a trembling voice. I've already seen him. He's really powerful. He has 2 rings at the age of 8. His future will be great. The young man's voice sounded. Is that so? That's good. Juzi forced a smile on her face. You can leave now. You still have a lot of things to do, don't you? Juzi said. In the next moment, a white figure appeared behind Juzi. He slowly wrapped around Juzi from behind. Juzi's body trembled. The white figure put his mouth next to her ear and said, Take care. In the next moment, the figure dissipated. Juzi couldn't help but cry. She didn't dare to turn around. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to see that figure. The white world turned back into Juzi's room. Everything was still so quiet and peaceful. Juzi wiped her tears and walked out of the room. She looked at the sky. Yuhao, take care. She subconsciously looked at her right hand. She didn't know when an ice blue pendant had appeared in her hand. You rascal, at least you still have some conscience. Juzi laughed as she wiped away her tears. Forbidden Island. Everyone, are you ready? Yuhao looked at Bei and the rest, who had rushed over from Shrek. Yes. Boom. The continent of Dolua changed color. This time, it was even more majestic than the one recorded 10,000 years ago. Shrek Academy. The sky has changed color. It seems like they've moved here. Elder Xian stroked his beard. The godly realm. It's a world that people yearn for. Yin Shaozhe was a little envious. But have you forgotten? Yuhao said that even though gods have eternal life, they're also restricted from leaving their world. So what if they have eternal life? They might as well live a glorious life. Xianlin said, That's true, without freedom. So what if they have eternal life? They can only live longer. Elder Mu's spirit also appeared. Great Star Do, Forest. Dition slowly lifted his head and looked at the phenomenon in the sky. The sky has changed color. Someone has become a god. Furthermore, There's more than one. It's even more majestic than the one from 10,000 years ago. Roar! A low roar sounded. Tion was stunned. He hurriedly knelt on one knee. Greetings, master. The sky has changed color? Is that fellow leaving now? Oomph. He's actually not coming to see his old friend. An authoritative voice sounded throughout the slaughtering grounds. Master, if I'm not wrong, your injuries should have healed a long time ago. Now let's move quickly. No, wait a little longer. There's still 10,000 years. That's the agreement with him. Everything will be fine in another 10,000 years. After the voice finished speaking, it became silent. Tion was very astonished. What kind of existence could have made an agreement with a powerful individual like Master? Furthermore, he felt that Master was the one who was at a disadvantage, Sun Moon Empire. The citizens of the Sun Moon Empire were curious as they looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky. Such a scene was truly hard to come by in 10,000 years. They were all guessing what had caused this phenomenon. Some said that it was a natural phenomenon. Some said that it was a special soul beast. Some said that it was the birth of a powerful individual. There were also people who suddenly mentioned God. When they heard about God, everyone was filled with respect and yearning. Sun Moon Imperial Palace. Empress. A phenomenon has appeared in the sky. This is a miracle. The heavens must be protecting our country for 10,000 years. Nonsense. That's obviously a natural phenomenon. I think that some powerful savage beast is going through a tribulation. Some of the ministers were spouting nonsense. Juzi sat on the throne and ate a peeled orange. She felt that this place was a little weird. Stop guessing. Someone has just become a god. Juzi said very calmly. God? God? All of the ministers were astonished. All right. If there's nothing else, the court is dismissed. Juzi stood up and tidied her clothes before leaving the palace. She looked at the phenomenon in the sky and said the sky has changed color, becoming a god in an instant. What an immortal legend. The universe, everyone has inherited a god seat that is not restricted by the rules. You are free gods who can leave the god realm. You can travel to other places, or you can create a small world to live in. Now, you can choose. Yuhao looked at everyone who had just become gods. We, of course, have to go to the distant universe and explore the mysteries of the universe. Let's explore the mysteries of the universe, Su Sanshur said with great ambition. I have to say that you've hit the nail on the head, Bebe said. Since that's the case, please take good care of the communication talismans that I've prepared for everyone. No matter how far you are, you can communicate with each other. Yuhao said, All right, Yuhao, are you going to stay in the God realm? There are still some things that I need to do in the God realm. Yuhao said, Then, let's keep in touch. Little junior brother. Su Sanshur hugged Jiang Nan and disappeared into the vast starry sky. Then, little junior brother, take care. Bebe pulled Tanya and left. Little brother, if any baddies bully you, come to me. I'll definitely beat them up. I live beside the sun. After Ma Xiaodao finished speaking, she flew towards the sun. I want to go to various plains and listen to music. Xiao Xiao said, I'll go with you. Hikaitu said. The two of them held hands as they flew across the Milky Way. I'm going to find a sword expert. Ji Juechen left with Jing Zian. Brother, I'm planning to go on an adventure. Goodbye, brother. Dai Luoli left. Now, only Nan Xiuqiu, Yi Gai, and Nana were left. What about the three of you? The three of them looked at each other before looking at Yuhao. We'll follow you, young master. Yuhao almost lost control of gravity. What? Even Tang Dong, Wang Qiu, and Ling Yu, who were behind Yuhao, were astonished. God realm, wow. Is this the God realm? It's so beautiful. Ninchocho exclaimed. Really, it's so beautiful. Yigai said as she took a deep breath. Nana's eyes were filled with curiosity as she looked around. Go to the place I told you about. Someone will receive you. Yuhao said to them. All right. Yigai, Nan Xiuqiu, and Nana flew towards the Shrine of Emotions. This was where the first god of emotions used to live, but it had been abandoned for a long time. Donger, Xiao, Xiao, you go back to the shrine first. I'm going to visit Poseidon. Yuhao rose into the sky. Don't tell me this fellow wants to fight with my father. Tang Dong guessed. That's possible. Wang Qiu said. Stare. Ling Yu stared at Yuhao as he left before retracting her gaze. That's right. Boom. Poseidon Shrine. Cough. You rascal. I haven't seen you for such a long time, but you've grown so quickly. Tang Sin crawled up in a somewhat sorry state. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, Uff, I feel much better after beating you up, third brother. Yuhao took a deep breath and laughed. That's enough. You just want to torture me, don't you? Tang Sin laughed bitterly. Not entirely. Didn't we fight when we greeted each other in the past? Yuhao said with an innocent smile on his face. You're two-faced. Tang Sin said. Same here, Yuhao replied. Tang San's mouth twitched. However, he became very gentle in the next moment. However, no matter what, welcome back, Light Rain. Yuhao was stunned. I'm back, third brother. With you around, do you think I'm afraid of destruction? Tang Sin joked. Third brother, you're already a half-step godly emperor. Why are you afraid of destruction? Yuhao said. He saw through me. Tang Sin wasn't surprised at all. Let's go. Your mother is in the palace. Okay. Speaking of which, how should we deal with your father? Tomorrow, it's a day in the God Realm. Bring him to the God Realm and let my mother talk to him personally. Tonight in the God Realm. There was no night in the God Realm. Who cares? Tang San held a party to celebrate the return of Light Rain to the God Realm. Many people came. The first Shrek 7, Rong Yinbing and his wives, the 7 elemental gods, Jidong, Lian, Dong Erqiu, a little moon, Yi Gai, Nan Xiuqiu, Nana, and even the goddess of life, the god of destruction, and the original Sin god came to join the fun. Of course, the god of destruction came to see what the new god of emotions looked like and see if he could poach him. However, when he saw how close he was with Tang San, it was obvious that there was no hope. Furthermore, he and the goddess of life suddenly felt that this kid looked very similar to the first god of emotions. After the party, everyone dispersed and returned to their own homes. However, Yuhao still had something else to do. No one noticed that he was slowly flying in the direction of the mythological beast forest. In the mythological beast forest, in the central sealed area, there was darkness and chains. Yuhao was standing in this area. Ever since I was sealed here, I don't remember anyone coming to see me. Furthermore, under this kind of seal, not just anyone could enter. Except a low voice sounded, and the surrounding space trembled uncontrollably. Except for the person who invented this seal, right? Yo, long time no see, Golden Dragon King. The last time we met was during the War of the Dragon God. Yuhao greeted the darkness. Roar, who are you? The low voice was obviously starting to become violent. Let me introduce myself. I am the 10th generation god of emotions, Yuhao. At the same time, I am also Tianruo Xiaoyao. Yuhao said with a smile. Boom! The terrifying power of qi and blood in the surroundings became even more violent. It's you? You didn't die? The voice was obviously very surprised. If I didn't want to die, who could kill me? Little Z. Yuhao scram. Yuhao said with a smile. Roar. At that time, I thought you were already dead, so I planned to bury them with you. The voice changed the way it addressed itself. The voice that had always referred to itself as Gu now used I. It was very obvious that it was a friend that it recognized. But you still failed in the end, didn't you? Yuhao said. Ha ha, that's true. A loud laugh sounded. How many years has it been? It's been a long time since I had someone to talk to. These days have been really King lonely. Now that you're here, I'm finally not so lonely anymore. Golden Dragon King said. Golden Dragon King, do you want to make a bet with me? Yuhao sat down and started chatting with him slowly. Don't think about anything before we decide what we're betting on and what we're betting on. Ha ha ha. All right, I'll bet that I'll give your inheritance to someone I approve of 10,000 years from now. If he can successfully fuse with you, then he'll create a world where gods and mythological beasts live in harmony. You sound very confident. The Golden Dragon King said, I never bet on things that I'm not sure of. Yuhao said with a smile. Ha ha ha. All right, I'll bet on it. I'll set the stakes. First of all, it's not 10,000 years later. Before the time comes, you have to visit me every day. Remember, bring some good food. As for the stakes, we'll talk about it when that person arrives. All right, it's settled then. Yuhao said as he clapped his hands. In the next moment, a huge dragon claw stretched out from the darkness. Yuhao was puzzled. What are you trying to do? Bump fists with me. You're not allowed to go back on your words after we bump fists. Yuhao smiled. All right. In the darkness, the huge dragon claw and the tiny human claw collided. A bet that would change the relationship between the beasts and humans was gradually formed. Part 2, end. Chapter 69. Deity Realm. The center of the deity realm. The main hall of the palace was octagonal in shape. There were no decorations on the walls, but there were countless flickering images. Each light screen represented a different world and a different scene on a different planet in the human world. This was also the place where the Deity Realm Committee monitored the various planets in this star field. There was a round table in the center of the hall. The round table was made of an unknown material. If one looked carefully, one could see clouds and mist, and it seemed to be endless. At this moment, there were 6 people sitting around the round table. Sitting on the main seat was a man wearing a luxurious blue robe. Similarly, his blue hair flowed down his back. The luxurious blue robe seemed to have ripples on it. If one looked carefully, their eyes would be instantly attracted by the deep blue. Even their souls would be sucked into the blue that was as deep and endless as the sea. The 2 people sitting on his left were wearing black and white robes respectively. The one wearing the black robe was a youth. He had short black hair and looked very spirited. In his eyes, there seemed to be flames dancing, and the corner of his mouth had a trace of an evil smile. The one wearing the white robe was a woman. Her fiery red hair flowed down her back. Her face was beautiful and gentle, and there was an incomparable sense of purity. On the right of the blue robe man, there were 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was wearing a large purple cloak. His face could not be seen as it covered his head. One could only vaguely see that there were 2 red lights dancing in the cloak. However, one could not see his face. Inside the cloak, there seemed to be an endless and terrifying aura. The woman seated below him was the exact opposite of him. She wore an aqua green dress that was brimming with vitality. She had a faint smile on her face from the beginning to the end. Her appearance was not as stunning as the woman in front of her, but it was covered with a faint layer of gold. That vibrant aura was truly unforgettable. It made people feel very close to her. Sitting next to the woman was a blue-haired youth who was lying on the table sleeping. The youth's sleeping face was very beautiful. There was no way to describe him as beautiful or handsome. Although he was sleeping, the other 5 did not wake him up. Furthermore, none of them were angry. It had to be said that this was a meeting of the Gods Committee, and he was actually sleeping here. It was simply too much. However, it wasn't that they didn't want to wake him up, it was that they didn't have the courage to wake him up. Poseidon, there have been many humans in the lower realms who have reached the pinnacle of cultivation recently. They need the position of gods before they can enter the god realm. It's time to continue establishing the god realm. The purple-robed man said. His pulsating blood-red light was aimed at the blue-haired youth, Poseidon Tang-san. Tang-san frowned. God of destruction, the rules of the god realm were set a long time ago. How can you change them so easily? Moreover, establishing the god world could very well shake the foundation of the god world. It was not advisable. Although there are humans in the various worlds who have reached the pinnacle, there are also gods in the god realm who are willing to give up their godhood and explore even more distant galaxies. Let them change freely. The purple destruction god said coldly, "Free change? Don't you know how difficult it is to change gods?" Some people who were originally talented fell because they could not pass on the inheritance of the gods. If there were more divine thrones in the divine realm, it would be much easier to ascend. What's wrong with establishing the god realm? With the God realm's accumulation of divine power over the years, it would naturally follow the will of the heavens and allow the God realm to develop even more. Tang San frowned. Establishing the God realm is no small matter. It would shake the entire God realm and even affect the changes in the galaxies we monitor. The impact on the human realm is immeasurable. This cannot be done. God of destruction, don't mention it again. Their invisible auras collided, but in the next moment, an invisible aura erupted from the sleeping youth, completely suppressing the two auras. What are you all arguing about? Can't you see that I'm sleeping? The youth yawned. The strange thing was that when he woke up, everyone stopped talking. Aren't you too worried about the expansion of the God realm? To be honest, I'm actually more in favor of destruction. The youth rubbed his eyes. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The current God realm is no longer the #1 God realm it used to be. Nearly 70% of the God realm was destroyed in the Dragon God War. Therefore, I'm more in favor of destruction expanding the God realm. Destruction was ecstatic to hear his words. One had to know that this person didn't only have one vote like them, but had two. That was an acknowledgement of his strength. But it's not the right time to expand. I suggest we wait a year, the blue-haired youth said. This. Destruction was stunned again. Are you saying that you'll vote for me and then vote for Poseidon? What's the result? Destruction, listen to me. Let's put the expansion of the God realm aside first. The God realm may be a little unstable recently, Tang Sen advised. I think so too. After a year, I won't stop you if you want to expand, the blue-haired youth said. The God of destruction was silent for a long time. Since the God of emotions has said so, I have nothing else to say. He got up and left the center of the God realm. The life goddess slowly got up and bowed to everyone. Poseidon, I feel that you're full of vitality these days. You're going to have more children in the family. Tang San was stunned. Life goddess, you mean? Hurry up and go see Sister Xiao Wu. You don't even know that your wife is pregnant. What kind of husband are you? The blue-haired youth pushed Tang San. Ha! Xiao Wu, I'm coming. Tang San flew toward Poseidon's palace ecstatically. Hey, Andy Liu, can you take a look at my two? The blue-haired youth asked expectantly. About that, forgive my incompetence, but those two of yours are much stronger than me. I can't tell. Moreover, it said that the higher the bloodline of both sides, the longer it takes for them to reproduce. Therefore, those two might need a few more decades to conceive your child, or even longer. The youth was disappointed. What's going on? Why is it so easy to give birth to Tangerine? Forget it. You can deal with the rest yourselves. I'm going to the mythical beast forest. The youth slowly got up and covered his right ear. He muttered to himself, Culinary god, prepare a large portion of demonic whale barbecue for me. Yes, I'm not the only one eating the largest one. I have a friend with a huge appetite at the sealed land in the center of the mythical beast forest. So, you're going to leave the god realm in a year. The Golden Dragon King looked at the blue-haired youth sitting beside him as he chewed on the demonic whale barbecue. Yes, I'm going to hide from someone. If I stay here, that person will definitely attack the god realm, the blue-haired youth said as he ate a mouthful of whale meat. You're already so strong. Who can make you hide from him? Why don't you just meet him and fight him? The Golden Dragon King said. A friend of mine attacked me because of a misunderstanding. No matter how I explained, he wouldn't believe me, the blue-haired youth said softly. The Golden Dragon King didn't say anything. He continued chewing on the whale meat. Temple of Destruction. You are. The god of destruction looked warily at the illusory man who had appeared out of nowhere. The man had long black and white hair. You look like you've been wronged. You're expanding the god realm for its future, but no one supports you. Shut up. You don't look like the god of destruction. Shut up. Shut up. What do you know? Then do as you wish. The god of emotions will be leaving the god realm soon. I'll hold it back then. You can do whatever you want to do. As for the other hindrances, I'll send my subordinates to help you deal with them. The illusory man finished speaking and slowly disappeared from the temple of destruction. The god of destruction fell silent. Then he made up his mind. Original sin god, god of destruction, listen to me. A year later, the god of destruction suddenly launched a coup. He imprisoned Poseidon and his wife, as well as Shrek and the 5 freaks who were close to them. When Rong Yinbing and the rest found out about this, they immediately looked for help. Rong Yinbing found the elemental gods to form a team to rescue Poseidon. Then, they went to look for Yuhao. However, when they arrived at the Temple of Emotions, they found that Yuhao and his 2 wives weren't there. Only the housekeeper, Nana, Nanshouchio, and Yigai were there. They told Rong Yinbing that Yuhao, Wudong, and Xiao were no longer in the god realm. They had gone to a world outside the god realm. Since Yuhao wasn't there, they could only ask the 3 women to join them. Now, Yuhao and the rest were in big trouble. Planet Cahill, made up. This was a dead planet. A long time ago, the few intelligent beings that survived here, the Cahill planet, had left their home planet in a huge spaceship. However, when they passed by a place called 13 Delaw, they were suddenly attacked and destroyed. Since then, the Cahill planet had become history. Pitiful. Now, on a barren mountain on this planet, 7 mysterious people in black robes surrounded Yuhao and the rest. The 7 of them were in a strange formation. An invisible boundary trapped Yuhao and the rest. Among the 7 people, 6 of them were women. Only the one in the main seat seemed to be a man. Tang Wudong punched the boundary. In the next moment, she was pushed back. Don't waste your energy. No one can break our 7 demons' boundary, including you. Including you. The mysterious man looked at Yuhao. Oh, kid, you're very confident. Yuhao smiled. This isn't confidence. It's the truth. You can't break this boundary, said the mysterious man. Let me guess. You're the helpers invited by order. The 7 divine hunters, right? Am I right? Yuhao laughed. The 7 of them weren't surprised at all. If he didn't know, he wouldn't be the god of emotions. Our goal is only to trap you, and the ruler of order will do what he should do. A woman said. Yuhao frowned. He's become a ruler? Of course. Alton is dead, so of course he has to inherit his father's position. He's also quite capable. He's actually become a ruler and the new ruler of this universe. Yuhao frowned. He never thought that order would become a ruler. He was no match for him now. Then he seemed to think of something. His goal is the first divine realm? That's right. In the first divine realm, apart from you, he sensed 2 other auras that threatened his position. So, he had to lure you out of the divine realm. Then he used some methods to cause internal strife. That way, he would wait for the right time to create space-time turbulence, said the mysterious man. Yuhao's lips curled. So that's how it is. That guy is getting more and more despicable. Yuhao's aura began to surge. In an instant, the 7 fiends' boundary collapsed. The 7 of them spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated a few steps. Their eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? The mysterious man couldn't believe it. Brat, and you little girls. This is a lesson for you. You're still too inexperienced. Yuhao said indifferently. He pulled Tang Wudong and Wang Qiu'er and disappeared from this planet. The mysterious man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the sky. Hey, that's you. A woman was about to say something. Enough, the mysterious man said fiercely. The woman was stunned. She didn't say anything. The mysterious man said coldly, that incompetent bastard. I don't want to acknowledge him. With the help of Rong Yinbing's rescue team, they successfully rescued Tang San and the rest. More importantly, little 50 was safely born. After that, Tang San and the rest started an earth-shattering battle with the destruction god. Well, in any case, Tang San had won. There was no need to ask why. He had won in terms of numbers and strength. Tang San was a half-step godly emperor, so it was easy for him to defeat the destruction god. The original sin god and the destruction god, the 6 freaks, Yigai, Nanshouchio, and Nana each had won. There was an extra Nana. However, Nana was mainly in defense. She was immune to physical attacks and most special attacks. Furthermore, the destruction god betrayed them at the most crucial moment. The destruction god's name was Zhou Weiqing. He had been saved by Tang San before. After that, everyone knew that he was sent to be a spy. The God Realm was actually playing the game of who was the spy. In the end, even Ji Dong's raging flames returned. Hence, Tang San had won this battle. However, they were all stunned. This was because they saw a huge black whirlpool appear outside the God Realm. Space-time turbulence. Tang San and the Destruction God exclaimed in shock. At this moment, a huge screen appeared in the God Realm. On the screen, a man with black and white hair looked down at the gods. Hey, is there a voice? Can you hear me? Cough. Okay, good. Gods of the first God Realm, how are you? I believe that some of you must know me. It's okay if you don't. I'm the new ruler of your universe. I'm the strongest ruler. I'm the ruler of order. The gods didn't speak. They knew that they couldn't resist such strength. Forest of mythical beasts crack. For some reason, cracks started to appear on the seal chains. Space-time turbulence? Why would it appear here? Who's that guy on the screen? Forget it. I have to find the god of emotions now. The Golden Dragon King stretched his body and turned into a golden-haired youth. His golden armor shone brightly, blinding the divine beasts around him. However, in the next moment, he stopped, and his expression turned cold. Because of the guy on the screen, your number one god world is going to become a subordinate god world of the sovereign world. Acknowledge allegiance to me. I know that in your god realm, there are two gods who are about to become divine emperors. It's okay, I'll let you go to the super god realm and let you manage it. However, you must listen to my orders. Now, I have a mission for you. That is, capture the god of emotions. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. The eyes of Tang San and the others gradually turned cold. Was this the enemy of Light Rain? It was really scary. Divine Beast Forest, the Golden Dragon King, looked coldly at the guy on the screen. This guy looks familiar. What does he want to do to the god of emotions? What will you do to him after you capture him? Tang San looked calmly at the ruler of order. Of course, I'll kill him. Then, I'll grind his soul so that he can never reincarnate. What do you think? Hurry up and do it. Whoever catches the god of emotions first, I can bring him directly to the super god realm and let him be a law enforcer. I will only answer you one question. Tang San said. Speak, the ruler of order said. Go back to where you came from. Tang San said coldly. Interesting. An invisible aura enveloped the entire god realm and pressed down from the sky. Almost all the gods were half kneeling on the ground, struggling to hold on. Some gods were even pressed to the ground. Only Tang San and the four enforcers stood there. However, one could tell from sweat on their foreheads that they were holding on. Divine Beast Forest, the Golden Dragon King, who had transformed into a golden-haired youth, crossed his arms and looked at the screen in the sky. He actually ignored the terrifying pressure. This guy, he frowned. He really felt that he was getting more and more familiar. Oh, I didn't expect you 5 enforcers to be able to resist my pressure. Your potential is limitless. Submit to me or... However, the ruler of order did not finish his sentence. A golden figure rushed toward the screen. It was a golden-haired youth with a pair of dragon wings on his back. Submit? Who do you think you are? He punched the screen. The next moment, crack. The screen shattered. The Golden Dragon King? Tang San and Destruction were shocked. However, the Golden Dragon King did not care about Tang San and the rest. I finally remembered. It's you. You're the mastermind behind the Dragon God War and the era of dragon sacrifice. My brethren and citizens were all killed by you. Even the first god of emotions was killed by you. The Golden Dragon King said through gritted teeth. Unforgivable. The youth began to transform into a golden dragon that was more than 10,000 meters long. He spread his dragon wings and looked at Tang San and the rest. That bastard is outside the heavenly realm. I'm going to settle the score with him. You guys, hurry up and solve this space-time turbulence. I believe you can solve it. He flapped his dragon wings and flew toward the heavenly realm. What do we do? Poseidon? The god of destruction looked at Tang San. Let's go to the center of the heavenly realm. At least we know that the Golden Dragon King is on our side. Tang Xin flew toward the center of the goddess. Outside the heavenly realm, in the universe, a huge golden dragon used its scarlet eyes to look at a man with black and white hair not far from it. The Golden Dragon King? This aura. You've actually reached the 8 gates? The ruler of order was shocked. Roar. Prepare to die. I will take revenge for my people. The golden dragon charged toward him. Boom. The two figures collided. A golden dragon and a puny man. They actually clashed with their fists just like that. Boom. The shockwaves caused the surrounding asteroids to be reduced to nothingness. The two were the Golden Dragon King and the ruler of order. As expected of the Golden Dragon King, after opening the 8 gates, you actually have the power of a ruler. That really hurt. The chief sovereign of order swung his right hand. Same to you. You've reached the ruler realm, and I've reached the 8 gates. Our battle prowess is about the same, the Golden Dragon King said coldly. No, you're wrong, and ridiculously wrong. Your cultivation hasn't reached the ruler realm, so you don't know how powerful a ruler is. Oof. You haven't reached the 8 gates of the physical body either. You don't know how powerful the 8 gates are. The Golden Dragon King began to transform into his human form. He was a golden-haired youth. His golden hair shone under the sun, and there were 2 sharp golden dragon horns on his head. I'll change my stance and fight with you. The Golden Dragon King clenched his right fist. Oh, this isn't your true form, is it? Could it be that you've degenerated? The ruler of order asked. That's none of your business. Just as the Golden Dragon King was about to charge out, a ray of golden light shot out. A streak of golden light shot toward him, and the Golden Dragon King seemed to have sensed something as he made a grabbing motion, upon which the streak of golden light transformed into a double-pointed golden spear. The spear was 6 meters in length, and it wasn't constructed from any metal. Instead, it appeared to be constructed from wood. This is my 49th rib? The Golden Dragon King was stunned. Don't be in a daze, Golden Dragon King. Let's fight together. A blue-haired youth appeared in front of him. Behind him were 2 extremely beautiful girls. Wudong, show her. You 2 go back first. Don't worry, I'll be fine. The youth looked at the 2 girls behind him. Then be careful. The 2 girls flew towards the god realm. God of emotions. The ruler of order's aura suddenly became chaotic. Yo, we meet again. Yuhao laughed coldly. You really won't give up. How long are you going to pester me? Until you die. I've already said before, it's a misunderstanding. Do you think I'll believe you? You have to believe me. I don't believe it. The Golden Dragon King looked at the 2 who were arguing. Hey, what kind of deep grudge do you have with him? A misunderstanding, it's really just a misunderstanding. Well, Yuhao didn't say what kind of misunderstanding it was. No matter what, let's deal with him first. The Golden Dragon King held the Golden Dragon Spear. His body began to grow rapidly from a youth to an adult. In the blink of an eye, he became an extraordinarily handsome, golden-haired man. I still like this form, he said with a wave of his hand. Then, shall we attack together? Yuhao took out the ice dragon halberd. Attack together. The 2 of them pointed their spears and halberds at the ruler of order. I'd like to see how you can defeat me. A sword appeared in the ruler of order's hand. It felt like there was too much nonsense to talk about. Let's just skip it. Under the 2's desperate attacks, the ruler of order was successfully forced to retreat. However, before he left, he triggered multiple space-time turbulences, swearing to destroy the number 1 god realm. At the same time, he ordered the 7 godly assassins to attack. The 7 of them had a 7-in-1 fusion technique, the Sword of Annihilation. Its power could even threaten a ruler stronger than the ruler of order. Pooh! A golden figure blocked in front of Yuhao. His entire body was stunned by Yuhao. He couldn't react to this person who had suddenly appeared in front of him. Golden Dragon King. Yes, the one in front of him was the Golden Dragon King. Hey, it can't be, right? He actually blocked it? God Slayer covered his mouth. However, the Golden Dragon King is dead for sure. Our techniques are fatal. God Slayer said. Retreat, the mysterious God Slayer said. But I said, retreat. Didn't you hear me? God Slayer said coldly. Yes, the six said. The seven of them disappeared in front of Yuhao's eyes. Yuhao didn't notice that God Slayer had glanced at him before leaving. Hey, hey, Golden Dragon King, you'd better pull yourself together. Don't close your eyes. Yuhao hugged the Golden Dragon King, who had turned back into a young man. Cough. Hee hee. Looks like I'm going to die. The Golden Dragon King laughed. Golden Dragon King, don't talk about dying or not. How inauspicious is that? With me around, you won't die. Yuhao began to use the life gold to heal his wounds. However, he suddenly realized that the life gold didn't have any effect at all. Instead, it worsened his wounds. Sword of Annihilation. The wounds caused by it can't be healed no matter how hard I try. In fact, the more I try to heal them, the worse the injuries become. The treatment method is unknown. Yuhao muttered. Even he couldn't do anything about it in the past. Don't be so sad. I blocked the sword for you. I used my own life to exchange for yours. So, cherish your life. The Golden Dragon King said slowly. He slowly placed his hand on his chest. The next moment, a golden light flashed, and a golden and red diamond-shaped object appeared in his hand. Your divine core, Yuhao muttered. Do you still remember our bet? Pass my inheritance to someone you like. Now, I'm giving it to you. He stuffed the divine core into Yuhao's hand. Actually, I still have something to say. The Golden Dragon King's voice became softer and softer. Enough. Enough. Don't say any more. You'll die. Yuhao's tears started to flow. The Golden Dragon King laughed and stared at Yuhao for a long time. Actually, I have liked you for a long time. Little Z felt that since Yuhao already had so many girls, Little Z should get him a gay friend. Yuhao was stunned. After saying this, the Golden Dragon King smiled in a carefree manner before closing his eyes and dropping his hands to his sides. His body was slowly dissipating. Golden Dragon King. Without Yuhao noticing, a tiny golden light entered between Yuhao's eyebrows. The God Realm was collapsing under the impact of the space-time turbulence. Even the number one God Realm, which was stronger than before, could not withstand it. In order to make up for his mistakes, the God of Destruction and the God of Life became the first God of creation who had disappeared long ago. They successfully blocked most of the impact of the space-time turbulence. However, the space-time turbulence came one after another. In the end, the God of Destruction and the God of Life sacrificed themselves, leaving behind a God seed. The nerve center, Tang San, was in a terrible state when he suddenly saw Yuhao returning from outside. Light Rain, what's wrong? This was because he saw that Yuhao's eyes were filled with sadness and loneliness. It's nothing. Order has been chased away by the Golden Dragon King and I. Yuhao said calmly. Then what about the Golden Dragon King? Tang San already had some guesses. Yuhao slowly stretched out his right hand and opened his palm. A golden red diamond-shaped object appeared in front of Tang San. Tang San sucked in a breath. Even the Golden Dragon King had fallen. What on earth had happened? Third brother, I have a request, Yuhao said. What is it? I plan to pass on the Golden Dragon King's inheritance to Wulin, Yuhao said. Tang San was stunned. The Golden Dragon King needs an inheritor. All right, I agree. However, Wulin has just been born. I want to place 18 seals on his god core. In the future, Wulin will break them one by one, Tang San said. Xiao Wu carried Xiao Wu over and saw that he was still sleeping soundly. Yuhao placed the Golden Dragon King's god core on Xiao Wu's forehead. The god core gradually fused into his body. Tang San and Xiao Wu used their own blood to create 18 seals, sealing away the tyrannical power of the Golden Dragon King's god core. Yuhao took out his golden dragon spear. The spear turned into light and fused into the back of Xiao Wu's right hand. The number one God Realm is hopeless. However, Wulin is very likely the last hope. He is the new number one God Realm's hope. He must go to the lower realms. Yuhao said. Tang San was silent for a long time. Then, He handed the sleeping Xiao Wu to Hui Yuhao. Yuhao, I'll leave Wulin in your care. Hui Yuhao was stunned. He only reacted now. However, it was too late. Space tunnel. Open. Tang Xin stretched out his hand in Hui Yuhao's direction. A space tunnel appeared behind Hui Yuhao. Third brother. Wudong. Chiao. Hui Yuhao was shocked and shouted. Tang Wudong and Chiao could not hold it in anymore. They ran over and kissed Hui Yuhao on the lips. The feeling of being kissed by force was really, Yuhao, take care of your brother and live on, Tang Wudong said as she wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Don't worry about us. With our strength, we can travel freely through space-time turbulence. Wang Xiao forced herself not to cry. Light rain, live on, and take care of Wulin. Tang Xin pushed Hui Yuhao hard. Hui Yuhao and Xiao Wu in his arms merged into the space tunnel. Boom! The god realm disintegrated into nothingness somewhere in the continent of Do. A middle-aged man and a blue-haired woman suddenly trembled. This is... The middle-aged man stood up in shock. Why can't I feel the god realm? Did something happen to little three? The woman said worriedly. Somewhere else in the continent of Dola, it was a snowy day. A meteor shot straight towards the ground. Boom! The meteor smashed into the ground, sending snowflakes flying. A blue-haired youth was tightly holding a baby boy in swaddling clothes. In the next moment, the blue-haired youth's body began to slowly shrink. What am I going to be skinned again? After turning into an adorable one-year-old boy, he slowly fell to the ground after a long time. Whose child is this? So pitiful. Two pitiful children were abandoned just like that. Their parents are so cruel. When Hui Yuhao slowly woke up, he found himself lying on a bed. Xiao was still sleeping soundly beside him. It seemed they were saved by kind-hearted people. Child, you're awake? A woman and a man entered the room and saw Hui Yuhao wake up. It was obvious that they were a couple. Hui Yuhao's big blue eyes stared at the couple for a long time. It was so strange. These two seemed to thank you, Uncle and Annie. Hui Yuhao sincerely bowed to them. No need. There's no need to pay attention to etiquette. What's going on with you two? Looking at your hair color, you seem to be a foreigner. Child, what's your name? How old are you? Hui Yuhao was stunned for a long time. Then, he said, my name is Tang Wulin. I'm 1 year old. He's my younger brother, Tang Wulin. He was just born and hasn't even been a month old. Our family was annihilated. Our parents sent us out so that we could survive. So pitiful. You must be homeless now, right? Why don't you stay and treat us as your parents? Is that okay? Hui Yuhao was stunned. Then, he slowly said, Father, mother. Yes, child. It seemed like this couple didn't have a child. Stardow Forest, it's over 20,000 years. The promised day has finally arrived. The earth trembled. Dition and the other soul beasts knelt on the ground. Welcome, Master. A huge silver body emerged from the lake. Roar. It was a huge silver dragon. The Golden Dragon King's aura has disappeared. He's dead. That person's aura, what happened? The silver dragon raised its head and looked at the sky. The undulations from the god realm have also disappeared. Dition said anxiously, Master, the humans are too strong now. Even I can't fight against their top-notch soul mechas. The humans have used the power of technology to make us unable to fight against them. The silver dragon was silent for a long time. Once, someone told me that to destroy something, you must first understand it. To understand something, you must first understand it from the inside. Since that's the case, follow me. The silver dragon slowly shrank and turned into a little girl. Since they've invaded our world, we'll conquer their world. And a prelude. Chapter 70. Glory-Bound City was a small coastal city on the eastern coast of the Sun-Moon Federation, bordering the sea. Today, the city was bustling with activity. The annual Day of Awakening had arrived. The people of the continent of all possessed something called a martial soul. The martial soul was a part of their body. It could be any animal, plant, or tool. At the age of 6, The martial soul could be awakened through the awakening ceremony. The annual day of awakening was the day to awaken the martial soul. Compared to the martial soul, people looked forward to the appearance of soul power. Soul power was a type of energy that nourished and enhanced the martial soul. Everyone had a martial soul, but even in 1,000 people, there might not be one person who had soul power accompanying their martial soul. Soul power was equivalent to the future, equivalent to strength. When soul power accompanied the martial soul, it could be cultivated to enhance one's martial soul. From there, one could become a soul master, a noble occupation that had existed in the continent of Doloa for thousands of years. The street in front of the Red Mountain Academy was already crowded early in the morning. There were parents everywhere bringing their children to participate in the awakening ceremony. "Father, what do you think Big Brother's martial soul will be?" A very beautiful and cute little boy asked. He was about 5 years old. He had a head full of shiny black hair. His large eyes were black and white, and his eyelashes were so long that many girls couldn't compare to them. Beside him stood a blue-haired boy who was slightly taller than him. Although he was a boy, he was more beautiful than a girl. His skin was so white that it made many girls envious. His sky-blue eyes seemed to contain the boundless universe. He was wearing a sky-blue trench coat, looking confident and neat. The only flaw was that he always had a cold expression on his face. Father also doesn't know. A martial soul can be anything. An ordinary-looking middle-aged man in front of the two said. It was clear that he was the parent of the two. "Tang Wulin, Big Brother, it's your turn," the black-haired boy said to the blue-haired boy. The blue-haired boy revealed a rare smile and rubbed his head. "Wulin, you should also quickly grow up." Finished speaking, he walked towards the awakening room. However, he was currently thinking about something. It's already been 5 years. My martial soul has always been in a deep slumber. I don't know if it will awaken. The spirit master had a gentle smile on his face. "Come, little girl, stand in the middle." Tang Wulin, who was deep in thought, suddenly turned cold. "I'm a boy." Sorry, little friend." Tang Wulin ignored him. The spirit master wiped the sweat off his forehead. How embarrassing. He actually mistook a boy for a girl. "Little friend, your eyes are so pure. It would be great if your martial soul was related to your eyes. Have you heard of spirit eyes? That is the main martial soul of my idol, the legendary first tower master of Pagoda, the god of emotions, Yuhao. That kind of martial soul is known as the strongest control type martial soul." The spirit master's eyes shone with a golden light of worship as he spoke. Tang Wulin felt a drop of sweat on his forehead. "So was my admirer. Cough, cough. Let's not talk about this anymore and hurry up with the awakening ceremony." The spirit master coughed to indicate that he had forgotten himself. Tang Wulin heaved a faint sigh as she stood within the hexagram array. Only now did he look around and discover that there were a lot of advanced things. He couldn't help but sigh at the progress of the times. A soft white light shone from the spirit master's hands. He pointed his right hand in the air, and the white light that was originally on his hands suddenly erupted. The white light rushed into the sky like a blossoming firework, bringing a gorgeous radiance to the awakening room. A series of dazzling vein patterns lit up, starting from the ceiling and extending down along the walls. It was as if the vein patterns had been rejuvenated and possessed a life of their own as they extended all the way to Tang Wulin's feet. All of the light converged toward the spot where he was standing. The result? Tang Wulin and the spirit master were both bewildered. "Why isn't there any change? Could it be that you don't have a martial soul?" The spirit master guessed. Tang Wulin wanted to say something, but he suddenly felt that something in his body had awakened. Moreover, it was splitting. Suddenly, Tang Wulin felt as if his body was about to explode. He was already sweating profusely. In the end, what's going on? Tang Wulin couldn't hold on any longer and cried out. However, this cry gave the spirit master the feeling that it was like the roar of an ancient beast. In the next moment, Tang Wulin's body began to be covered in golden scales. A pair of golden dragon horns appeared on his head, and something seemed to be struggling to break free from his back. Immediately after, a pair of huge golden dragon wings sprouted from his back. The frightening pressure that came with it caused the spirit master to involuntarily tremble. He recognized this martial soul. Dragon. It was a dragon. Moreover, it was the legendary golden dragon. My Yuhao. It's actually a martial soul that only exists in legends. The spirit master expressed that his little heart couldn't accept it. He was measuring his soul power. In the next moment, he really fainted. 20 innate soul power. 20. He had already fainted on the ground. Tang Wulin was determined to play with his martial soul. He continuously gasped for breath as he looked at his own transformation. A trace of shock flashed through his eyes. This wasn't a golden dragon. It was a golden dragon king. The real golden dragon king. His dragon god martial soul was actually the first to awaken. Moreover, it had automatically split into the golden dragon and the silver dragon king. The strange thing was that the golden dragon seemed to have evolved for some strange reason. It had evolved into the real golden dragon king. Tang Wulin suddenly discovered that a golden egg had appeared in his spiritual world for some unknown reason. There was a golden dragon imprint on the eggshell. Golden Dragon King? Tang Wulin said in shock. The egg flickered for a moment before dimming down. Tang Wulin withdrew his golden dragon king martial soul. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the spirit master who was crawling up from the ground. Then, Sir Spirit Master, I'm leaving. Tang Wulin finished speaking and walked out. Wait, the spirit master hastily called out. What's the matter? Tang Wulin asked. Child, you shouldn't be buried here. Come with me to Pagoda. That's where you should be. Pagoda will definitely give you the most generous treatment. He tried to persuade Tang Wulin to follow him. Tang Wulin indifferently looked at the spirit master. No. Why? Don't you want to become a powerful soul master? I just don't want to go to Pagoda. That's all. Yuhao indifferently said. How disappointing. The current pagoda is no longer the pagoda from 10,000 years ago. After Tang Wulin finished speaking, he left without looking back. Why do I feel that his words are a bit? The spirit master muttered to himself. Child, wait a moment. The spirit master called out to Tang Wulin again. Uncle, I'm very busy. There's a freeloader at home waiting for me to come home and make dinner. Do you know? Tang Wulin angrily said. Child, this is for you. The spirit master handed a letter to Tang Wulin. This is a letter of recommendation. It was given to me by the Vice Tower Master of Pagoda. If you meet a monstrous genius, you can give this letter of recommendation to him. This letter of recommendation is from the Shrek Academy. Tang Wulin was stunned. He looked at the letter and saw that the seal on it was indeed a little monster Shrek. This is actually something useful. Tang Wulin put it away. Then he walked outside. The spirit master looked at Tang Wulin. This child looks like a child on the outside, but he's actually an old monster. Brother, you've already awakened your martial soul? Tang Wulin curiously asked. Yes, Wulin. Brother has already awakened his martial soul. There's also the accompanying soul power. Tang Wulin rubbed his head and said, That means brother can become a powerful soul master? Tang Wulin said with an envious expression. Tang Wulin smiled and didn't say anything. Okay, let's go home. When we get back, I'll tell Mom to make you something delicious. Tang Ziren pulled the two of them away. I want to eat brother's roasted fish. Tang Wulin said, Okay, brother will make it for you. That night, after dinner, Tang Wulin went to bed early. Tang Ziren and Lang were holding Shrek's letter of recommendation. In other words, you want to study dance spirit at Shrek, right? Tang Wulin nodded. Child, when do you plan to leave? Tang Ziren asked. I might have to wait until Wulin becomes a soul master. Tang Wulin said. Child, do what you think is right. We won't force you. Tang Wulin nodded. When he returned to his room, he looked at Wulin, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and shook his head with a bitter smile. It's normal for brothers to sleep in the same room, right? This guy slept like a log. He touched his glabella and a golden light flew out. It turned into a golden egg the size of a head. Golden Dragon King. Tang Wulin touched the golden egg. Hurry up and be born. The 7 spirit souls, the 9 dragon kings, and the Chilean 9-tailed scorpion still hadn't woken up. King was really bored right now. Crack. Tang Wulin suddenly discovered a crack on the surface of the golden egg. It can't be. It's going to be born so soon. Tang Wulin hurried out of the room and went into the forest. Crack. First, a pair of small golden dragon wings appeared. Then a small golden dragon head drilled out. The eggshell broke, and a small and cute golden baby dragon appeared in front of Tang Wulin. It was about a meter long, and its big red eyes stared at Tang Wulin, who wasn't far away. When Tang Wulin tilted his head, it tilted too. When Tang Wulin took a step back, it also took a step back. Goo! The little guy seemed to be hungry. Tang Wulin went back and took out a few fish. The little guy gnawed on them whenever it saw them. And when it was full, it flapped its small wings and could actually fly for a short period of time. It spat out an embryonic form of dragon flames. It burned the grass beside Tang Wulin. This little guy likes to cause trouble so much. The little golden dragon revealed a dragon-like smile, then turned into a golden light and merged into his body. In the next moment, Tang Wulin actually automatically released his Golden Dragon King martial soul. 2 dazzling golden soul rings surrounded him, golden dragon wings, and golden dragon scales on his body. He was simply too handsome. Have you become my new spirit soul? Tang Wulin was only enlightened now. When the little golden dragon appeared in front of him again, it was already a cute little golden-haired boy who was only the size of an adult's palm. He was like a little elf. Please advise me. He stretched out his small and delicate fist. Tang Wulin smiled. Okay, please advise me. His big fist bumped into his small fist. I'll give you a name. Look at you shining with golden light. Golden Flash is fine. The little boy nodded and seemed to like the name Golden Flash. Chapter 71. The train quickly rushed past. Tang Wulin's seat was near the window, so he could naturally see the beautiful scenery outside. Little girl, are you alone? A few wretched young men looked at Tang Wulin. It had to be said that they were really bold. Looking at his snow-white hair, it seemed like he was from another race. Tang Wulin ignored them. In another 30 seconds, huh? The young men were a little puzzled. In another 30 seconds, you will all die. This train will also be hijacked. Tang Wulin leaned back and closed his eyes to rest. Oomph. What nonsense. Who would attack a high-speed train? The young man said disdainfully. Boom. Just as he finished speaking, the train suddenly shook violently, and all the passengers screamed in horror. Only Tang Wulin was still resting with his eyes closed. Attention all passengers. Attention all passengers. The train is under attack by illegal elements. But please rest assured, the train security has already. The urgent announcement on the train didn't finish. Bang! A gunshot sounded, and the announcement was destroyed. 16 robbers wearing black masks that only revealed their eyes and mouths held soul guidance guns and aimed at all the passengers. They were all dressed in black, and there was a red devil pattern in the middle. Don't move. All of you better behave yourselves. This train has already been seized by us. Put your hands on your heads and squat down. Otherwise, my gun won't have eyes. The robber leader said. Almost all the passengers squatted down obediently. Of course, except for a certain someone who was sleeping. That's right. Hand over all your valuables. The robber leader said. You pests of society. Some soul masters stood out and released their martial souls. 5 soul ancestors, 2 soul kings, and 1 soul emperor. Their soul rings were the best combination. It's a soul master. There's actually a soul emperor. That's great. We're saved. The ordinary people were very happy. But in the next moment, soul master? A mere soul emperor. Is he strong? We are members of the Red Devil organization. The robber leader said disdainfully. In the next moment, 8 soul rings appeared, 4 purple and 4 black. What a terrifying combination of soul rings. The remaining bandits were all soul cultivators, and even the weakest of them was a soul king. 10 soul kings, 4 soul emperors, 1 soul sage, and 1 contra. Such an organization was definitely a terrifying existence. What was even more frightening was that they all had battle armor. The 10 soul kings were one-word battle armor masters, while the soul emperors and soul sages were two-word battle armor masters. Contra was a terrifying 3-word battle armor master. One had to realize that a Contra equipped with a suit of 3-word battle armor would be a super Dolua. Of all the soul masters who had stepped forward, only the soul emperor was a 2-word battle armor master. There was simply no way to resist. Oomph. Do you still intend to resist? The Contra said disdainfully. There was a moment of silence. There was no other way. The strength of the robbers could not be reflected. Red Devil Organization? Could it be that you're the biggest criminal organization in the east of the Dolua continent? Some knowledgeable people said in shock. Oomph. At least you guys are knowledgeable. Very good. Now all of you better behave yourselves. Now, hurry up and hand over your valuables. Hurry up, the Contra said coldly. All the passengers silently rummaged through their bags. In less than half an hour, tens of millions of Federation coins had been stolen by the bandit leader. At this moment, the bandit leader suddenly discovered a very bright object shining in an inconspicuous place. It was a very beautiful youth who was sleeping soundly. The youth wore a shiny ring on his finger. A soul storage ring? The bandit leader said in surprise. It seemed that this kid came from a large family and was definitely a soul cultivator. This was because ordinary people could not use soul storage rings at all. His eyes were filled with greed as he strode towards the sleeping youth. Hey, stinking brat, hurry up and wake up. He pointed his soul gun at the youth's head and said, You actually dare to attack a child. Do you have any shame? The passengers angrily scolded them. Shame? Can be used to spend money? Could it be eaten as a meal? What I want is money, the Contra said coldly. Tang Wuling slowly opened his eyes. What can I do for you, uncle? He asked in a lazy voice. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and hand over your soul storage ring. Otherwise, I'll shoot you. The Contra pointed his soul gun at Tang Wuling's head. Tang Wuling slowly raised his hand and lightly tapped the soul gun. Gotcha! In the next moment, the soul gun shattered under the shocked eyes of the Contra and the crowd. You're very annoying. Tang Wuling slowly got up. His petite left hand slowly patted the Contra's right arm. Gotcha! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Ah! The Contra knelt on the ground in pain with an incredulous expression. He looked at Tang Wuling, who was 2 heads taller than him, even when kneeling on the ground. Tang Wuling was currently looking at him very calmly, as if he were looking at a dead man. Tang Wuling grabbed his head. So that's how it is. The evil Red Devils organization, whose boss is the rank 98 Super Dolua. The main members are 12 titled Dolua, 24 Contra, and over 10,000 Soul Kings. The organization's base is in the Donghua mountain range. An organization like this can indeed pose a threat to society. Tang Wuling said in an indifferent voice. How is this possible? You read my memories? Impossible. Only someone with spiritual power more powerful than mine can read my memories. My spiritual power is already at the half-step spirit domain realm. How could a brat like you? I don't have time to talk nonsense with you, Tang Wuling said in an indifferent voice. Then, he suddenly tightened his grip on the Contra's head. Gotcha! Brain juice splattered everywhere. Boss! The bandits stared in horror at the headless corpse lying in front of them. Bastard! Bastard! Give me your life! Some of the underlings were about to pull out their soul pistols, but they soon realized that their soul pistols had been dismantled and only a few parts were left. This is impossible. What the hell is going on? It's not a big deal. I only destroyed one of the core components of the soul tool. That's all. Impossible. Impossible. You didn't even touch our soul pistols. How could you? Who was willing to tell you this? Now you can all die, Tang Wuling said in an indifferent voice. However, in the next instant, don't move. A group of people wearing different colored cloaks and masks rushed in through the window with soul pistols in their hands. All of them had soul rings, and even the weakest among them was a soul king. It's the Tangmen Battle Hall. We really are saved, some of the people exclaimed. Tang Wuling glanced at them. The Tangmen Battle Hall? Is it the Tongmen's special rescue team? Interesting. He pulled out a handkerchief and wiped his blood-stained hands. Seeing as you're here, I'll leave the rest to you. Tang Wuling turned to leave. Wait, child, please come with us. We don't know what's going on, and from the looks of it, you seem to have killed the leader of the bandits, the black-cloaked leader said as he looked at Tang Wuling. There's nothing to say. My name is Tang Wuling, and I'm just a child who's preparing to go to school in Shrek. Tang Wuling suddenly disappeared after speaking. He's so strong. His spiritual power is definitely beyond the spirit source realm. Is he really a 10-year-old child? Is he going to Shrek? Looks like Shrek is going to have another powerful genius. The black-ranked fighter said in shock. Shrek City, Tang Wuling swaggered down the street, and passers-by occasionally glanced in his direction. They couldn't help it. This little guy was just too cute. Carrot Omega Carrot. He had long snow-white hair, big and bright blue eyes, and skin that couldn't be any whiter. He was wearing a blue trench coat, and he had an extraordinary aura about him. He looked very noble, as if he was untainted by the mud. He looked around curiously. He didn't expect the Shrek City to be so prosperous 10,000 years later. Little girl, are you lost? A few kind-hearted older sisters came over to chat with him. However, Tang Wuling felt that they were very strange because their eyes were shining. What do you want to do to Yuhao? No need, big sisters. I know where to go, Tang Wuling said with a smile. His smile was too healing. Those older sisters were so adorable that they almost fell over. Also, big sisters, I'm a boy. Tang Wuling pouted and said with a hint of displeasure. What? A boy? The older sisters were shocked. However, they looked at the angry little guy. I can't take it anymore. It's too healing. Come, let big sister pinch you. So cunning. He actually made the first move. No, I want to pinch him too. Me too. Wow, it feels so good. It's so cute. It's so soft. I can use it as a pillow. Hey, little brother, come home with big sister. Don't leave her. Come home with big sister, okay? Big sister will cook for you. Some boys looked at Tang Wuling, who was surrounded by a large wave of beauties, and they were really envious and jealous. However, when they saw Tang Wuling's appearance, they suddenly felt that they seemed to be overwhelmed by cuteness. He, a dignified 7 feet tall man, was actually tempted by this adorable little boy. It's too scary. This little boy is too scary. I must quickly stay away from him, otherwise I will be bent. No need. Thank you for your kindness, big sisters. However, I'm here to learn from Shrek. Tang Wuling smiled and said. When Tang Wuling said that he was here to learn from Shrek, everyone around was shocked. This child looked to be only 10 years old. For a 10-year-old child, even the most monstrous talent could only be around rank 30, right? Could it be that this child was actually a rank 20 or even a rank 30 Soul Master? If that was the case, this child was too monstrous. Oh, big brother, look over there. At this moment, a group of 17 or 18-year-old youths dressed very like hooligans looked at Tang Wuling and said, Hee, this little Lolita is actually so beautiful. Their eyes were full of lust. Wandering Soul Masters, what do you want to do? Those big sisters protected Tang Wuling behind them. Wandering Soul Masters? Tang Wuling frowned slightly. Wandering Soul Masters, they're students who participated in Shrek's entrance exam, but failed. They were unwilling to leave just like that, so they stayed in Shrek City and wandered around. They even formed their own gang forces. A big sister said to Tang Wuling. In other words, they are all hooligans? Tang Wuling said. Those big sisters nodded. And they're very strong hooligans. Hand over that little Lolita. The hooligans released their martial souls and soul rings together, but none of them were rank 20. These people were all 4-ring and 3-ring Soul Masters. Those big sisters were just ordinary people, so of course they felt uncomfortable under the pressure of a Soul Master. But none of them moved aside, and they all protected Tang Wuling behind them. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. The hooligan leader's first soul ring lit up. His martial soul was the body of fire, which was a very special martial soul. He transformed himself into fire, and every part of his body was fire. First soul skill, Flaming Fist. I hate these self-proclaimed geniuses the most. Since you are here to participate in the exam, I advise you not to hide behind women. I think you're a greenhouse flower. You have never seen the world. His burning right hand smashed towards those girls. In the next moment, a white figure blocked in front of the girls and easily caught the flaming fist with one hand. How is this possible? Impossible. How can you catch my fire element? The hooligan leader saw Tang Wulin catch his flaming fist with one hand. He actually caught his elemental right fist? This was simply impossible. Greenhouse flower? Clearly, you hooligans are the ones. The number of roads I have walked is more than the number of meals all of you have eaten. Tang Wulin said indifferently. With a kick, he was sent flying 100 meters away and crashed into the wall. Silence ensued as everyone stared at Tang Wulin with astonishment in their eyes. They didn't see wrongly. He actually sent a four-ring soul ancestor flying with one kick. It was just a kick, and it was really just an ordinary kick. Even a soul king couldn't send someone flying 100 meters away with one kick. Look at the reality. You guys are simply trash if you stay here. Why don't you hurry up and join the army? At least you can still protect the country. After Tang Wulin finished speaking, he walked toward the Shrek Academy. Big sister, I realize that I'm really tempted by that little guy. It's not just you. Little sister, big sister. It seems like it too. So powerful. He actually sent a soul ancestor flying with one kick. This child is really amazing. At the entrance of a Shrek Academy, Tang Wulin looked at the Shrek Academy that had changed too much. He looked at the two rows of statues outside. The one on the left was, of course, the first-generation Shrek 7. The one on the right was of an extremely beautiful youth. Even though he was only a youth, he gave off a vivid and lifelike appearance. Tang Wulin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Am I that beautiful? Did that sculptor do it on purpose? Although he was no longer the same as before, when he looked at this extremely beautiful statue, it was really, he directly chose to ignore it. He slipped in and snuck into the Shrek Academy. With his current strength, he was naturally able to enter. He arrived in front of an extremely large plaza. In the center of the plaza was a circular man-made pool with a diameter of over 100 meters. There was a fountain inside, and in the center of the pool stood a statue. Looking at the statue in the center, Tang Wulin's mouth twitched again. Damn, why does this look even more beautiful than the one outside? Who was the designer? I really want to beat him up. Chapter 72. Shrek Academy. He hadn't been back for half a year. Tang Wulin stood outside, feeling a little emotional. What should he do next? Just as he was about to enter, stop. Shrek Academy. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. The student guarding the door stopped Tang Wulin. I'm one of Shrek's people, Tang Wulin said. You? Little brat. Who are you trying to fool? You look like a 10-year-old kid. Aren't you just a little prettier and cuter? You'd better go back to your intermediate Soul Master Academy. The student guarding the door said with a little arrogance and mockery. As a student of Shrek Academy, he had been raised to be superior to others for a long time. Tang Wulin stared into the student's eyes. Let me in, he said indifferently. The student suddenly felt that he couldn't move. Furthermore, his body automatically maintained the posture of inviting Tang Wulin in. In his eyes, behind this child was a vast and boundless universe that he had never seen before. Tang Wulin paid him no heed and strutted into the room. When Tang Wulin disappeared from his sight, the student could finally move. So scary. Could it be? He's a senior from the inner courtyard? The student finally realized that he had kicked an iron plate. Along the way, Tang Wulin's appearance attracted the attention of many people. So pretty and cute. Tang Wulin was surrounded by many girls. Wait, why is there a guy here? Oh my god. Indeed, he's attractive to both men and women. Tang Wulin expended a great deal of effort to escape from the terrifying encirclement. He only stopped to rest for a while after arriving at the shore of the sea god's lake. He patted his chest as he thought to himself, "This is too terrifying. Young people these days." Tang Wuling seemed to have suddenly sensed something, and she cast her gaze toward the distance, only to discover an exquisitely beautiful young woman. She was like a fairy under the sun, and she had a head of flowing silvery white hair. She wore a large white sun hat, and there was a hint of confusion in her beautiful silver eyes as she stared at the rippling surface of the lake. She was wearing a white dress. She suddenly froze for a moment, as if she had noticed someone staring at her. She looked in the direction of Tang Wuling. Instantly, she froze. Nah. Tang Wuling said in shock. Why would the Silver Dragon King come here? Wait a minute. It wasn't the Silver Dragon King. Her aura was a little strange. That was the aura of a human. Ling, Brother Ling. The young girl covered her mouth and said in disbelief. In the next instant, she quickly ran over and threw her arms around Tang Wuling before burying her head into his chest. Big Brother Ling. Nah, I misses you so much. Her tears soaked Tang Wuling's clothes. Well, don't cry. Tang Wuling wiped her tears and said, Why are you here? I know Brother Ling is studying here, so I came, but I haven't seen Brother Ling for half a year. Master said you went out to play. Brother Ling, you're so bad. You didn't even bring me along. Nar said indignantly. You weren't even here at that time. Tang Wuling said with a bitter smile. He didn't ask who Na-Er's master was because he could guess that the only person suitable to be Shrek's master was Yunming. I don't care. Anyway, since Brother Ling is back, you have to play with me for the whole day. Nar said angrily. Okay. I'll play with you. But before that, you have to answer my question first. Tang Wuling said. What? Nar said. What's going on with you right now? You don't look like the Silver Dragon King at all. Also, why do you still have the aura of a human on you? Tang Wuling asked. About that, I split with her. I'm Nar, not the Silver Dragon King. Nar said softly. Split? Tang Wuling faltered upon hearing this. The Silver Dragon King has been in contact with Brother Wuling for a long time and has given birth to a human soul. The human soul is me. I'm the real Nar. Nar said. To think that something like this would happen. Tang Wuling said in shock. Brother Ling, the Silver Dragon King, is now approaching Brother Wuling. She said that she felt the Golden Dragon King's essence from Brother Wuling's body. She's now plotting to kill Brother Ling and steal the Golden Dragon King's essence. However, I made a bet with her. I didn't finish speaking. Tang Wuling interrupted her. Don't worry. She can't do it. Not now. Not in the future. Tang Wuling said slowly. But now that you mention it, I haven't seen Wuling in a long time. Let's go see him now. No. Brother Ling, you have to play with me for an entire day first. Nar said angrily. I'll treat you to grilled fish. Nar wants 100. Er's eyes were sparkling as she drooled. Whoosh. Luckily, he managed to calm her down. From extreme heat to extreme cold, the first thing that couldn't bear was the clothes on his body. His clothes were torn apart inch by inch, turning into fine powder that fell from his body. Tang Wuling's rank 16 soul power seemed to have completely disappeared without a trace. It couldn't help him reduce the pain at all. It was so cold that his blood was about to freeze. Tang Wuling only felt that his heartbeat was rapidly decreasing, and everything in front of him was starting to become blurry. Was this the effect of the 100-year ice crystal fruit and the 100-year scarlet flame fruit? It was really painful. Although the heat and the cold were painful, it was nothing compared to the pain he was going to endure. It was as if there were little ants crawling out of his limbs and bones, drilling into his muscles, organs, and bones, slowly wriggling. Tang Wuling finally couldn't help but scream. He wanted to scratch, but his body couldn't move at all. His mind was exceptionally clear, and he could completely feel the inhumane torture. This feeling was simply too intense. What should I do? How could this be? Tang Wuling's entire body was trembling violently. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Wuling, wake up! Just as Tang Wuling was about to lose consciousness, a blurry figure appeared in front of him. However, He didn't have time to see who it was. The three feelings of heat, cold, numbness, and itchiness attacked his body at the same time. His mind instantly went blank. The figure that appeared was Tang Wulin. He carefully looked at Tang Wulin's body. Fortunately, he's fine. The first seal has been successfully broken. Tang Wulin slowly got up and said to the air, "You gonna treat him like this? This is all for his own good." A very dignified voice sounded, and a blue illusory figure drilled out of Tang Wulin's body. "I can't tell. He almost died. If it were you, what would you do?" Tang Wulin said indifferently. "I would die. I admit that," the figure said. "You should have waited a little longer before letting him break the seal." Tang Wulin said, "This is Wulin's own choice. He needs strength to participate in the competition. It's just a competition. Is it more important than his life?" Tang Wulin said coldly. The figure didn't reply. After a long silence, he slowly said, "He's just protecting the glory of his class." The glory of his class. Tang Wulin muttered to himself. If he doesn't even have his life, what's the use of glory? Tang Wulin said, "But hasn't he already made it through?" The figure said, "That's right. I should congratulate him." Tang Wulin took out a dark green pill and handed it to the figure. "Give this to Wulin. He'll recover quickly." "It's been a long time since I've seen you refine this pill," the figure said. Tang Wulin didn't say anything. Just as he was about to leave, the figure stopped. "Don't you want to watch his competition?" Tang Wulin stopped. "That's fine. I'll watch from the shadows then. Our class is going to fight today." Wu Zhongkong was just about to say two names when a voice came from behind the first grade's class 5. "Teacher Wu, wait a moment." Hearing this familiar voice, Xie and Gu Yu, who were standing behind Wu Zhongkong, couldn't help but reveal expressions of pleasant surprise. Tang Wulin stepped out of the crowd and ran to the front, covered in dust. His current appearance was somewhat unflattering. His hair was disheveled, his face was pale, and his aura was unstable. "Where did you run off to? Why are you only here now?" Xie Sun unhappily asked. Tang Wulin bitterly smiled. "It's a long story. Let's talk about it after the competition. Teacher Wu, I can fight." Wu Zhongkong expressionlessly looked at him and nodded. Then he turned to Long Hungshu and said, "Our class will send 3 people." Long Hungshu said, "The first grade's class will send 3 people as well." Yi Ingluo raised her head. "Okay." Long Hungshu said, "Student from both sides, enter the arena." Guyu moved to Tang Wulin's side and whispered, "Can you do it? Is your body okay?" She could see that there was something wrong with Tang Wulin, but the aura he emitted made her feel strange. "I'm fine," Tang Wulin replied with a confident smile. Guyu nodded. "Let's do our best together." Tang Wulin walked in the center with Xie Sun and Guyu following behind him. The 3 of them walked onto the stage together. On the other side, the first grade's 3 students also walked onto the stage. In the crowd below the stage, a youth wearing a black sun hat indifferently looked at the stage. He looked at Tang Wulin and said, "Don't disappoint me." Then his gaze shifted to Guyu. "What are you trying to do?" Guyu seemed to sense something and looked down the stage. When she saw nothing, she didn't either. Maybe it was an illusion. Tang Wulin versus Wang Jinsi. Below the stage, the youth wearing a black sun hat looked at Wang Jinsi. He seemed to be thinking about something. The Bone Dragon King, Martial Soul. This kid has the potential to become an evil soul master. Kill him? Forget it. If the Bone Dragon King was used properly, it wouldn't become an evil soul master. Tang Wulin's right hand transformed into a dragon claw and sent Wang Jinsi flying with a punch. Everyone was shocked. Even Gu Yu was extremely shocked. She had guessed correctly. He really did have the essence of the Golden Dragon King in his body. Xie Sun charged towards Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinsi, who had used his soul fusion skill. As a result, he was sent flying by the illusory Bone Dragon King. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Tang Wulin could even hear the crisp sound of bones breaking. Xie Sun. Tang Wulin rushed forward and caught Xie Sun's body. Xie Sun's eyes were tightly shut. He had already lost consciousness. The light dragon dagger and shadow dragon dagger in his hands had disappeared. His aura was weak. "This is just a competition. You piece of sh*t. Tang Wulin roared as he charged toward the massive bone dragon with all his might. As he dashed forward, a layer of golden scales slowly appeared on his right arm, starting from his fingers. His entire arm seemed to have grown thicker. Tang Wulin's pupils had already turned completely golden, and he abruptly stomped his left foot into the ground, causing a dull boom to ring out. Like a cannonball, he shot straight towards the mutated Wang Jinsi. Wang Jinsi's body had changed a lot compared to before. The wings on his back flapped, and his 2-meter-tall body soared into the air. He swung his body, and his long tail whipped towards Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black gas. His right hand suddenly grew larger, and his fingers lengthened. Golden fingernails quickly drilled out of his hand and transformed into dragon claws. However, unlike Wang Jinsi's bone dragon claw, Tang Wulin had 5 dragon claws. Bang! Tang Wulin's golden dragon claw slammed into the bone dragon's tail, twisting the air around it. Tang Wulin's body was sent flying, but the bone dragon's tail flashed with golden light. Tang Wulin curled his body up in the air and rolled. Several strands of blue-silver grass wrapped around Wang Jinsi's bone dragon, and with the help of the blue-silver grass, Tang Wulin pulled himself back. Tang Wulin's golden dragon claw descended towards Wang Jinsi's head. At that moment, a figure leapt onto the stage and grabbed Tang Wulin's golden dragon claw, forcefully changing its trajectory. The golden dragon claw that was originally aimed at Wang Jinsi's head was now slapped towards Wang Jinsi's right bone dragon claw. Bang! Wang Jinsi's body, which was almost twice as large as Tang Wulin's, was smashed to the ground by the golden dragon claw. Tang Wulin's body was pulled to the side by a gentle force. You can't kill people. Another voice that Tang Wulin was very familiar with resounded in his ears. Wu Zhongkong stood next to the figure, carrying the heavily injured Xie Sun in his arms. However, he was somewhat shocked as he looked at the figure holding Tang Wulin's right hand. On the other side, Wang Jinsi's bone dragon body fell to the ground. His tail, which had been the first to be hit by Tang Wulin's golden dragon claw, let out a crisp crack. His right bone dragon claw also broke and drooped down. At that moment, Wang Jinsi's mutated body was separated from his body by a black halo. Miserable screams rang out from both of their mouths at the same time. Zhang Yangzi lay on the ground with both of his legs broken, while Wang Jinsi's right arm was broken. The intense pain caused them to scream uncontrollably. Wu Zhongkong, you should take care of your own student. How can you let your student commit such a violent act? Ying Luo had already rushed onto the stage and was waving her finger at Zhongkong as she roared. Then you should take care of your student, be *tch. Your student was the one who acted ruthlessly first. Why can't he do the same? The youth who was holding Tang Wulin coldly said. You? Which class are you from? How can you talk to a teacher like that? Ying Luo angrily looked at the youth. Sorry, I'm not a student of this school, the youth indifferently said. I only came here to watch my little brother's competition. However, I didn't expect that there would be a teacher who would act like a thief, the youth indifferently said. Bro, big brother? Tang Wulin looked at the youth in shock. Everyone stared blankly. This youth was actually Tang Wulin's older brother. Big brother, you're here? That's strange. Big brother, aren't you studying at Shrek Academy? Tang Wulin curiously asked. However, his words directly shocked all the students and teachers. Shrek Academy? Tang Wulin's older brother was actually a student of Shrek Academy? Wu Zhongkong looked at him with some surprise. However, Guyu was different. Her gaze was somewhat complicated and evasive. I was bored at the academy, so I came to see you. Tang Wulin took off his sun hat, revealing his extremely cute face. Some of the male and female students were already mesmerized by his killer looks. However, some of them understood the hidden meaning in Tang Wulin's words. Shrek was an academy with strict rules. No matter if it was an outer court student or an inner court student, they were forbidden to leave the academy before the holidays. Apart from the inner court students who had an extremely high status, Tang Wulin's older brother must have an extremely high status at Shrek Academy. Moreover, his brother must be an outstanding disciple of the inner court. Isn't there a rule in your academy's competition? It's forbidden to be ruthless, but it doesn't say that you can't be ruthless if the other party is the first to attack. Since the other party was the first to attack, then what's wrong with my little brother being ruthless? Tang Wulin indifferently said. All the teachers were silent. They really didn't have anything to say. It was indeed Wang Jinxi's group that had attacked first. Tang Wulin didn't continue speaking. He took out 3 dark green pills and threw one to Wu Zhongkong and the other to Wang Jinxi. Let the seriously injured take it. They'll be fine if they're tired. After saying this, he pulled Tang Wulin off the stage. Gu Yu followed after him. Your teacher Wu, right? Where's the infirmary? Tang Wulin looked at Wu Zhongkong and asked. I'll take you there. Wu Zhongkong led them away. Stop. Yi Ying Luo still wanted to say something, but Tang Wulin slowly turned his head and glared at her. In an instant, she fainted on the ground. All of the students and teachers were shocked. This is Shrek Academy's monster? He only glared at him once. To think that a soul king like him had been defeated. Your spiritual power seems to be above the spirit source realm, Wu Zhongkong said with some shock. Tang Wulin looked at Wu Zhongkong and stared at him for a long time. You are a person with a story. Your eyes are filled with coldness, loneliness, and sorrow. It's the sorrow of losing a lover, Tang Wulin indifferently said. Wu Zhongkong's body trembled. What does a child like you know about love? Tang Wulin faintly smiled. Of course I know. I walk more bridges than you have roads. I've dated more people than you've eaten. Then may I ask how old you are this year? Wu Zhongkong joked. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Tang Wulin smiled. Wu Zhongkong decided to ignore Tang Wulin's strange older brother. It was really strange. This older brother of his gave him a terrifying feeling. His temperament was like that of an old monster that had lived for a long time. Chapter 73. Shen Yi, bring these kids to register for registration tomorrow, Tang Wulin said. Tang Wulin will get full marks. Everyone else will be calculated according to their actual scores. From now on, you'll be outer court working students. Yes. Shen Yi hurriedly answered. Zhuo Shi's eyes flickered. He looked at Wu Zhongkong and said, Now that you brought them here, are you going to leave? Wu Zhongkong fell to his knees. Teacher, I won't leave. Even if I'm just an errand boy here. I'll stay. I'll never leave again. I only have one request. Please allow me to take care of your daily life. I already understand. People can't live only for themselves. I made a mistake back then. I'm willing to use the rest of my life to make up for it. Teacher, please allow me to stay. Wu Zhongkong knelt down again. Just as Elder Kai had said, he understood his disciples better than anyone else. Wu Zhongkong was an orphan who had been brought back by him during one of his travels. Ever since, Wu Zhongkong had stayed by his side. Zhuo Shi had bitterly cultivated his entire life, pursuing the pinnacle. He only had a few disciples, but they were all like his children. Among these disciples, the one he liked the most was Wu Zhongkong. Wu Zhongkong's personality was too similar to his. They were both as stubborn as he was, and they both pursued the pinnacle. Zhuo Shi had never imagined that someone as stubborn as Wu Zhongkong would sincerely admit his mistakes. For Wu Zhongkong, killing him was easy, but making him bow his head was far too difficult. Teacher, Shen Yi nudged Zhuo Shi, a pleading look in her eyes. Zhuo Shi was about to say something when a mental voice entered his mind. Old man Zhuo, if you don't accept him, I'll peel off your beard. Zhuo Shi trembled. I wanted to keep him a long time ago. Aren't you wasting your breath on me? Zhuo Shi forced himself to remain calm. If you keep that calm, I'll crush your balls. Tang Wulin's voice rang out again. Okay, I'll be serious. Okay? Zhuo Shi's expression turned solemn. Stand up. If you want to stay, you can stay. Thank you, Grand Teacher. Wu Zhongkong happily said. Don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Wulin's big brother. Wu Zhongkong was stunned. Wulin's brother wasn't that Poseidon Lakeside. Speaking of which, why are you helping that Wu Zhongkong? The petite and cute Jean Shan sat on his right shoulder. Who knows? It's probably just a whim, Tang Wulin said casually. From what I see, when you see him, you're reminded of that guy Han Tian, right? Brother Skydream, whose face was covered in bandages, crawled out. Holy sh**t. Mummy. Tang Wulin did not say anything. That guy Han Tian is really something. After getting married, he left with Xiao Shui. I don't even know where they went now. Tang Wulin said indifferently. It's fine. You should be able to sense that something has happened to you. He might even be on his way home right now. Skydream said. The first universe, beside a beach in Hawaii on Earth, a blue-haired boy wearing sunglasses who was sunbathing suddenly sneezed. What's wrong, dear? Asked a white-haired girl who was lying next to him. She was wearing the same sunglasses as the boy. The blue-haired youth quickly took off his sunglasses. Let's hurry back. Father-in-law is in trouble. What? The girl threw away her sunglasses and changed her clothes. She pulled the blue-haired youth and disappeared from the beach in a whoosh. The people who came here for vacation all panicked. How did the two of them disappear? Oh my God, did I just see a god? A god from China? Why did they come to Hawaii for a vacation? The foreigners muttered to themselves. It's all your fault. Why did you come to Earth in the first universe, so far away? It'll take us more than 10 years to get back to the first god realm. The girl complained. I remember. Who was the one who said that it's better to go as far as possible? The blue-haired youth said indifferently. I'm going to ignore you. Fine. I'm sorry, all right? You're just being perfunctory. Then what do you want? Hurry up and change back to your original form. I'm going to sit on you back. Shrek's restaurant. This student, your appetite has already far exceeded the range of a normal person. The school can't afford to feed someone like you. If you eat this much for every meal, then I'll have to apply to the school to remove your right to eat for free. The middle-aged teacher said. Tang Wulin froze. Teacher, don't worry. I'm a working student. I can't eat like this tomorrow. This is the last free meal. Can I eat my fill? Working student? As soon as he said this, Tang Wulin noticed that the students around him subconsciously revealed looks of understanding. Then, they quickly backed away. No one was watching him eat anymore. The teacher's face was also filled with understanding. So you're a working student? All right, you can eat now. With that, he left without looking back. Why didn't you say you were a working student earlier? Xia Pei-chan said, flustered and exasperated. What's wrong with being a working student? Tang Wulin asked in confusion. Xia Pei-chan snorted, then turned around and left, ignoring him. It seems there really is a story behind this working student. Tang Wulin's heart stirred. He already had a vague feeling about it. Of course, this didn't stop him from eating. This meal was definitely the most satisfying one he'd ever eaten. Perhaps it was because the second seal had been broken, but Tang Wulin's appetite seemed to have risen to a whole new level. In the end, even he himself felt embarrassed. There were more than 20 windows in the cafeteria, and he'd finished every single one of them. Are you still not full? Here, eat this. A girl, who didn't look much older than him, walked past him and placed a steamed bun on his plate. Then, she silently walked away, muttering, How pitiful. You can't even eat your fill. This was the first, but not the last. Not long after, another student walked over. She placed a steamed bun on his plate. Tang Wulin's mouth twitched. Is this even possible? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. It seemed he didn't have to complete the school's missions to eat his fill. Take his appetite. 100 contribution points wasn't even enough for a single meal. That was only 5 or 6 servings of a normal meal. He'd already checked the prices of the cafeteria's windows. The cheapest cost 10 contribution points. His meal, just now, had almost cost him 1,000 contribution points. If he paid for it himself, he definitely wouldn't be able to afford it. As he walked out of the cafeteria, even though Tang Wulin's appetite was astonishing, he still felt his body sway. He'd eaten too much. Captain, can't we be a little more mature? Xie Sun asked with a strange expression. I'm afraid the entire outer court knows who you are now. Tang Wulin glared at him. Can being a little more mature feed you? Do you know how bad it feels to be hungry? Fine, just pretend I didn't say anything, Tang Wulin said. Someone said they'd treat us to dinner. Let's go. You can still eat? Xie Sun stared at him, flabbergasted. Tang Wulin chuckled. Once we get there, I'll have more or less digested. By the way, do you know why working students are so special? Xie Sun said. Isn't it simple? Don't you remember what working students are? 20,000 years ago, when Tang San's ancestor entered Shrek, he was also a working student. 10,000 years ago, when Lingbing Doho Yuhao entered Shrek Academy, he was also a working student. That was how Shrek became a working student. Furthermore, most working students have second jobs, so some of them even need their help. I heard that the Sea Gods Pavilion also advocates working students because they have a strong background, so of course they're different from the rest. Where did you hear that from? Tang Wulin asked, puzzled. Boss, I asked your big brother. Xie Sun said truthfully. Big brother? I see. Let's go. I'll take you to a place. Maybe there's even better food there. At a dessert shop, Tang Wulin led the group to a dessert shop. Is this a dessert shop? Xie Sun asked. Yeah, I heard the desserts here are delicious. I can't believe there are so many people here. Su Xiaoyan said. Then let's eat too. The four of them finally found a seat. They ordered orange juice, ice cream, and chocolate cake. The waiters were all busy. It was obvious that business was very good. A beautiful girl with long, chestnut red hair and a uniform brought over the snacks Tang Wulin's order. Please enjoy, she said with a slight smile. Xie Sun was a bit stunned. He stared at the girl without blinking. The girl ignored him. Just as she was about to leave, Hey waiter, come over here. The voice came from Tang Wulin's table. There was only one person sitting at the next table. He wasn't wearing Shrek Academy's uniform. Instead, he wore a white tuxedo. He was very handsome and looked a bit older than Tang Wulin's group. His hair was neatly combed, and his short blonde hair was glossy. He had a pair of very strange eyes. His eyes were golden. His pupils were dark gold, and his whole person had a special temperament. It was as if his whole body was emitting the aura of light. In terms of appearance, he was the most handsome person in the entire beverage bar. Only Tang Wulin could compare to him. But the aura he exuded was much more domineering than Tang Wulin's. Give me your soul communicator number, he said as he looked at the girl. Sorry, that's not my job. She bowed slightly and said to the blonde youth's request. Then how can you give me your number? The blonde youth said loudly. The girl shook her head. She turned around and was about to leave. What kind of service is this? Get your store manager here. The blonde youth slammed the table. The young girl was stunned for a moment before she shouted, Store manager, someone is trying to destroy the store. A door suddenly opened. Ayaya, it's been a long time since I've seen someone causing trouble. A white-haired youth in a black robe slowly walked out. As soon as he appeared, Tang Wulin's group was stunned. Brother? Tang Wulin thought in disbelief. His appearance was really too beautiful. It was a beauty that transcended the secular world. The other blonde youth was a little envious. No, I'm here for business. He shook his head and said, You're the store manager of the shop? The youth said, I'm the one. Tang Wulin smiled faintly. Give me her number. The youth pointed at the girl and said. Tang Wulin narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. Why should I? She's my employee. Moreover, my shop's rules prohibit me from disclosing any information about my employees. The youth curled his lips and snapped his fingers. A well-dressed, middle-aged man appeared out of nowhere and said respectfully, Young master, what are your orders? The youth said faintly, Talk to him. I want to buy this shop. You can get lost now. I'm not selling. Do you understand? Tang Wulin stopped smiling and said, We can talk. The butler took out a gold card. If one looked carefully, the gold card seemed to have an angel's mark on it. Tang Wulin didn't say anything. He grabbed the card and squeezed it. Crack! It broke. Tang Wulin clapped his hands and said, Okay, you can get lost now. The middle-aged butler's mouth twitched slightly. Even the youth was stunned. He didn't expect that the other party wouldn't give him any face. Young man, you should already know where we come from. The butler said in a deep voice. It's just a holy angel clan. What's there to be proud of? Tang Wulin said with a cold smile. Both the butler and the young man faltered slightly upon hearing this, and the young woman reflexively hid behind Tang Wuling. She looked at the youth with some vigilance. Since you know, then you should also know that my grandfather— The youth didn't finish his sentence. You're Yu Jingyu, the grandson of that old bastard Yu Jingyan? Tang Wuling asked. Yu Jingyu's expression changed for the first time. He actually called his grandfather that? One had to know that his grandfather was the current head of the Holy Angel clan, the rank 98 Angel de Law. He also had another identity, the commander of the Southern Legion and a Federation general. This Tang Wuling actually called his grandfather an old bastard. This proved that he knew his grandfather. Tang Wuling took out a badge and tossed it to the butler. When the butler saw it, his pupils shrank and his chest heaved with shock. He hurriedly returned it to Tang Wuling. My apologies. Sorry to disturb you. After saying this, he turned to Yu Jingyu and said, Let's go. We can't afford to offend this child. Yu Jingyan was taken aback. No, I can't ignore a potential threat. He stared at the girl behind Tang Wuling. He released his martial soul. A pair of pure white wings unfurled from his back, accompanied by 3 purple soul rings. An angel martial soul? Tang Wuling and the others were stunned. Does that mean he's from the Holy Angel clan? The girl behind Tang Wuling seemed to feel some kind of pressure. She released her martial soul on her own accord. A pair of black wings unfurled from her back, accompanied by 2 purple soul rings. This martial soul— Tang Wuling was stunned. It looks like an angel, but it's different. I knew it. You're a fallen angel. You're an evil soul master, he said coldly. I'm not, the girl denied. Put away. Tang Wuling patted that thing before speaking to the young girl. The young girl was stunned for a moment, and under everyone's eyes, the young girl's martial soul automatically withdrew. You too. Put away. Tang Wuling glanced at Yu Jingyu. Yu Jingyu suddenly felt that he couldn't move. He was bound by an invisible force. More importantly, his martial spirit seemed to be resisting him. It actually wanted to retract itself, but Yu Jingyu firmly controlled it. He absolutely couldn't retract it. Tang Wuling was taken aback. Huh. As expected of Yu Jingyan's grandson. You got some skills. The invisible force disappeared. Keep your young master in check. He's talented, but he's too arrogant. It's hard for him to change his attitude. His future achievements will be limited. Tang Wuling said to the housekeeper. Yes, thank you for your guidance. The housekeeper said respectfully. She's an evil soul master. Why are you shielding her? Are you an evil soul master too? Yu Jingyu shouted at Tang Wuling. Young master, don't be unreasonable. The housekeeper held Yu Jingyu back. Let me give you a word of advice. Don't try to act cool in front of my shop. Remember who you can afford to offend and who you can't afford to offend. So what if she's a fallen angel? Do you think anyone with a fallen angel martial soul is an evil soul master? What a joke. In the future, think before you act, Tang Wuling said. He then turned to the housekeeper and said, You can take him away. Remember to teach him a lesson. Yes, the housekeeper really did take Yu Jingyu away. Outside. Chongbo, why are you dragging me away? Who is that guy? Why are you so afraid of him? Look at you. Even our Holy Angel clan can't afford to offend him. Yu Jingyu said angrily. Young master, you guessed right. He's someone we can't afford to offend. Chongbo wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Yu Jingyu was stunned. Who is he? Chongbo shook his head and said nothing. My apologies. Manager, I'm sorry for the trouble. The young woman bowed to Tang Wuling. It's fine. It's just a small matter. Tang Wuling waved his hand. Yi Hui, today's incident was a little sudden. You should go back first. Tang Wuling said to the young woman. Yi Hui was stunned. Manager, I want to resign. Are you afraid he'll come looking for trouble again? Don't worry. He won't dare to come again unless he's willing to bet the future of his clan. Tang Wuling said with a smile. You don't have to resign. I know you're living a difficult life. Tang Wuling said. Yi Hui didn't say anything. Oh, all right. It's time to give you this month's salary. Tang Wuling took out a black card. Yi Hui was shocked and hurriedly refused. Store manager, no. No, I can't take this. Take it. Didn't you say you wanted to start a new life? Then take this. Tang Wulin shoved the card into her hand. Yihui stared blankly for a moment, then bowed to him again and left. Brother. Tang Wulin finally spoke. Oh, Wulin. Tang Wulin walked over. Big brother, what's that girl's name? CS Sun asked. Her name is Yihui. She's been working for me for almost 2 or 3 years. Tang Wulin said. He then said to CS Sun in a teasing manner. What? You like her? CS Sun suddenly blushed. Hee. Then you have to be careful. She's someone with a dark history. If you want to be with her, you have to become very strong. Tang Wulin said. I'll work hard. CS Sun said very seriously. Chapter 74. Time flew by, and no one knew how much time had passed. In short, even Tang Wulin didn't know how long he had been in the Great Stardow Forest. He had been recuperating. After all, consuming 20 drops of divine blood essence was no joke. He wasn't a god right now, so consuming his essence blood was extremely harmful to him. However, he had already recovered to his peak under the nourishment of the Lake of Life, and he even faintly felt as if he had recovered to the soul Doloa level. He should have already recovered to the soul Doloa level. He sighed. If he worked harder, he might be able to recover to title Doloa. He only wanted to recover to the strength of a god now and see how the number 1 god realm was doing now. Roar. A very strange, low roar sounded. Then, with a whoosh, a small white figure jumped on a Tang Wulin's shoulder. Hee. Little guy, you being naughty again? Tang Wulin touched the small white figure. He saw a very cute little white cat lying on his shoulder. Its eyes were very bright, and there was a pair of folded white wings on its back. I only ate a little bit of the prey that the 2 bears caught. It was really just a little bit. The little white cat said with a little grievance. Tang Wulin shook his head helplessly. Stinky brat. Get out here for your big bear, second bear. 2 angry roars sounded. The little white cat trembled and curled up into a white furball. 2 huge dark golden bears rushed out of the forest. The 2 bears seemed to be about the same size, and they looked exactly the same. At a glance, one could tell that they were twin brothers. The only difference was that one of the bears had a scar on its right eye. It looked like it had been cut by a knife. Damao Ermao, what are you doing? Tang Wulin said with some amusement. Boss, that little brat Pajuan stole our spoils of war. The bear with the scar on its right, I said first. Yes, boss. He learned to reap without sowing at such a young age. This isn't a good thing. The other bear said. I only ate a little bit. Do you have to go so far? Little angry bear, drink cold water. Don't blame anyone if your stomach hurts. The white cat said unwillingly. Do you want me to give you a claw? The scarred bear stretched out its right paw, and 5 dark golden claws popped out. And your second grandpa. Another giant bear stretched out its left paw, and 5 dark golden claws shot out together. Woo 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 woo. Brother Ling, look, they're all bullying me. The white cat cried in a very human-like manner. Pajuan, don't cry. No matter what, you're still one of the wolf slayers. How can a dignified guardian star beast be so useless? Tang Wulin patted the white cat and said, I'm still very young. I'm still a baby. The white cat said aggrievedly, Is 100,000 years considered small? If you, who is 100,000 years old, is considered young, then we, who are 200,000 years old, are considered children? The 2 giant bears said fiercely. All right, stop arguing. How old are you? Why are you still arguing with kids who are younger than you? Tang Wulin said to them. No, boss, you're biased. The 2 giant bears hugged their heads and said. They also saw the little fellow on Tang Wulin's shoulder sticking its tongue out at them. Despicable little brat. All right, you 3. I'm leaving this place soon, Tang Wulin said indifferently. In the next moment, the 3 beasts fell silent. Boss, can you not go? Damao, who was the bear with the scar, asked. Yes. Boss, don't go. Mao said anxiously. Brother Ling, why do you have to go? Can't you stay? The white cat said with tears in her eyes. Pajuan, you've already grown up. As a 100,000-year-old beast, you must have your own dignity. Do you know why you're one of the wolf slayers, Pajuan? It's because your attacks ignore all defenses. You're a special existence, and you can ignore all seals and barriers. Therefore, you're also the strongest among the wolf slayers. You have to cultivate well. In the future, you'll be the most important fighting force in the Star Duel. Tang Wulin stroked the white cat and said with a smile, and Demao and Airmao, do you know why the two of you were chosen by the Seven Fiends? It's because you're honest and brave. The combined attack power of the two of you is fatal. Therefore, the Seven Fiends chose you because they believe in you. When you meet the greedy wolf, you could be called the Wolf Slayers. Tang Wulin said indifferently, don't let me down. Your future achievements are limitless. I'm leaving. Take good care of yourselves. Tang Wulin's figure slowly disappeared from the three beasts' eyes. Boss, Brother Ling, the three beasts finally shed tears. The Lake of Life, he's gone, Di Tian murmured. Yes, he's gone. No matter what, he's not a pure soul beast. He'll return to the human world eventually, Bear Lord said. I really don't know when we'll meet again. Tang Wulin left Star Doe Forest. He was originally going to return to Shrek, but in the next moment, he seemed to sense something. Wulin? The protective talisman I gave Wulin has been activated? Did something happen to him? Tang Wulin disappeared in the next moment. Heaven Doe City. In the next moment, a wisp of gray flames burned the corpse that had been torn into 6 pieces. Not a single trace of it was left behind. In the next moment, a gray-haired youth slowly walked out of thin air. After he walked out, his gray hair slowly turned back to white. He came to the unconscious Tang Wulin's side. Then, he carefully examined his body. Fortunately, there's nothing too serious. Wasn't this youth Tang Wulin? He slowly carried him up and made him pay for the spring-returning earth pill. Only then did Tang Wulin's complexion slowly improve, just as he was about to take him away. Who are you? A questioning voice sounded. A figure instantly appeared in the air above Tang Wulin. It was a person whose entire body was covered in incomparably magnificent crimson armor. The crimson armor covered his entire body, and there were clusters of flame patterns on it. A helmet covered his face, and even his eyes were protected by a power crystal on the helmet. The flame patterns on his body flickered. A black mecha and a purple mecha. That's quite a big move, but it's too slow to move out. Everyone's dead. What's the use of having you here? Tang Wulin said coldly. The person piloting the black mecha frowned. Little friend, this isn't a place you should be. Tang Wulin said coldly. Can't I come to save my little brother? Little friend, didn't your parents teach you how to talk to your elders? The person piloting the black mecha said in a lecturing tone. You're so annoying, aren't you? Tang Wulin said unhappily. Little brat, you. The black mecha was about to explode. You're his older brother? The person in the crimson armor suddenly asked Tang Wulin. That's right. I'm Wulin's older brother, Tang Wulin said calmly. Okay, got it. The armor glowed red. Layer by layer, the armor retracted, revealing his face. He looked at the black mecha and took a few steps back before stopping. I'm Tang Wulin. What else do you want to say? Tang Wulin said calmly. As he said that, he took out a badge. Tang Wulin? Tang Wulin. The person piloting the black mecha said in shock. Even Yuhao was in disbelief. Sorry, we were rude, sir. The black mecha and the purple mechas behind it saluted together. Who would have thought? Wulin never told me his older brother was so powerful, Yuhao murmured. You're Wulin's martial uncle, right? Tang Wulin asked. Take me to the lounge. Wulin needs rest. Sigh, I understand. Ugh, where am I? Tang Wulin slowly opened his eyes. All right, I remember fighting that evil soul master. What happened? He slowly rose to his feet. A voice called out. A handsome young man with white hair sat beside his bed. Next to him stood his martial uncle, Yuhao. Big brother, Tang Wulin exclaimed, his face filled with both shock and joy. He's fully recovered? How miraculous! Yuhao exclaimed. It's only been half a day. Wulin is fully recovered. What did he feed him to recover so quickly? You little brat, why do you always make me worry? Tang Wulin stood up and tousled Tang Wulin's hair. Hee hee. Big brother, I did it to protect the civilians. But I didn't kill the Soul Emperor in the end. Yes, I know. You did well. You were at a disadvantage against the Soul Emperor as a Soul Elder. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have been... Forget it. I didn't think you'd be half a head taller than me. Tang Wulin's voice was tinged with jealousy. Big brother, where's big sister Emolan? Wulin asked anxiously. Big sister Emolan? Tang Wulin was taken aback. Big sister Emolan is my sister. In order to protect me, she was attacked by the Soul Emperor. I still don't know how she's doing. Tang Wulin said, blaming himself. Sister? Tang Wulin stared blankly at him. History sure is familiar. She's probably in the hospital right now. I'll take you to see her after you give your statement. With Tang Wulin there, Lewin wouldn't question the officer's younger brother. Furthermore, his younger brother was a student of the Shrek Academy. He was even more certain that there was nothing wrong with this child. I heard that this child is the little hero of the train incident. Mo Wu frowned. Phosphor fire, soul refinement. Tang Wulin said, yes, that's what the gray-robe man said. Sir Administrator, how is big sister Emolan? She's not in any danger, is she? Phosphor fire is a strange type of flame. It's formed when a person or animal's corpse rots away. It's extremely poisonous and can threaten a person's soul, Wu explained. No medicine can heal a person whose soul is attacked by phosphor fire. Tang Wulin's voice was indifferent. When they heard Tang Wulin's explanation, they grew anxious. Is there really no way? Big brother. Tang Wulin was so emotional that tears streamed down his cheeks. Big brothers, when will mommy wake up? A 2-year-old boy asked. Tang Wulin crouched down and wiped his tears. 2 big brothers, when can mommy wake up? A little boy who was about 2 years old asked with an innocent look in his eyes. Tang Wulin crouched down and gave him a hug. Don't worry, your mommy's just a little tired. She's sleeping. Tang Wulin said from the side. Tang Wulin wanted to pick him up, but a young man stopped him. He was Mo Lan's husband. Don't let the child see his mommy like this. He tried his best not to cry. Brother-in-law, it's all my fault. I didn't protect big sister Mo Lan well enough, Tang Wulin said in a low voice. When he heard Tang Wulin call him brother-in-law, Tang Wulin almost couldn't stand still. Am I your real brother-in-law? Tang Wulin complained inwardly. Then Tang Wulin said, don't worry, I already have a way to save her. When they heard Tang Wulin's words, everyone was pleasantly surprised. But it's not me. Someone else has a way. Tang Wulin slowly took out a soul phone and dialed a number. Do. Ka. Hello. Who is this? A woman's voice came from the other side. Yari, it's me. Someone's life is in danger, and I need your help, Tang Wulin said into the phone. Oh, so it's... The woman didn't finish her sentence. She guessed that there was someone else on the other side. I understand. I'll be right there. Do. The woman hung up. Yari? Could it be? Zhenhua was stunned. You know her? Tang Wulin smiled. Yes, she's the one I was talking about. If it's her, she might be able to deal with this phosphor fire soul refinement. Who is it? Tang Wulin asked in bewilderment. Wulin, you might even know her. Tang Wulin smiled. Not long after, an extremely beautiful woman pushed open the door and walked in. Sorry, am I late? She asked modestly as she looked at Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin was stunned. He really didn't know this woman. She was the vice pavilion master of the Shrek Academy's Poseidon Pavilion, Holy Spirit Yari. But now, she was actually speaking humbly to his older brother. Could it be that his older brother is stronger than her? No, you came just in time, Tang Wulin said. Let's go. They skipped the treatment. Seeing Mo Lan's complexion return to normal, everyone was overjoyed. When she wakes up, call me at this number. I'll comb through her soul and memories. I'll do my best to minimize the loss of her memories. Yari handed a card to Mo Wu. Thank you, Your Majesty. Mo Wu took the card and bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Yari, Tang Wulin said. No, it's my duty to save people, Yari said with a smile. Tang Wulin handed her a green jade bottle. This is for you. Take it twice a day. After a month, you should be able to. Tang Wulin mouthed. Yali's heart jolted upon hearing this. Really? She was ecstatic to hear this. Everyone was shocked. Why was the Holy Spirit Doloa so happy all of a sudden? She bowed deeply to Tang Wulin. Thank you, as your gift. She exited the room, her face beaming with joy. There was only one thing she couldn't do in her life. Now, she finally had a chance to do it. Tang Wulin was sweating profusely. She'd almost exposed his identity. Shrek Academy, Tang Wulin's room. What? You want to break the fourth seal? Tang Wulin looked at Tang Wulin in shock. Yes, big brother, Tang Wulin said. He'd known for a long time that his older brother knew he had the Golden Dragon King seal. Yes, it's not impossible to break it now. If you want to improve your strength, go ahead. Tang Wulin didn't stop him. He knew that Wulin could break the fourth seal. Chapter 75. At the dessert shop, Tang Wulin's mouth twitched as he held the black card in his hand. Ah, so you're saying that you only bought one yellow mecha with this black card? That's right, big brother. Look at that yellow mecha. It's so expensive. I'm afraid I'll spend all the money in your card. Wulin said, scratching his head as he ate ice cream. Tang Wulin almost fainted from shock. Spend all the money in the black card? Fine. My little brother is really ignorant and cute. Tang Wulin took the black card and shook his head with a bitter smile. This kid missed a chance to buy a red mecha. Even if he bought it, he wouldn't be able to pilot it. He could still pilot a yellow mecha. But why didn't he buy a purple one? He could already pilot a purple one, sigh. Tang Wulin heaved a faint sigh. Huh? Big brother, why are you sighing? Tang Wulin asked. It's fine. As long as you're happy, Tang Wulin said as he patted him. All right, big brother. I'm going to Heaven Do City's Blacksmiths Association with Guyu tomorrow, Tang Wulin said. Oh, with Guyu? Tang Wulin teased. Yes. Tang Wulin scratched his head. Big brother, are you going? Why would I go? You two should go together. Tang Wulin said with a smile. No, big brother. We haven't reached that level yet. Tang Wulin said with a red face. Okay, hurry up and go pack your things. Remember to come back early. Okay. Tang Wulin nodded. After watching Tang Wulin and Guyu leave, Tang Wulin was free. He ate a plate of strawberries in the shop. Hey, why didn't you go? You should at least go out for a walk. Golden Flash, who was only the size of a palm, appeared on the table. He picked up a strawberry that was a little bigger than his head and sat on the handle of the cup, nibbling on it. Why would I disturb their date? Tang Wulin said as he picked up a strawberry and threw it into his mouth. Aren't you afraid that the Silver Dragon King will suddenly do something? Golden Flash asked. Don't worry. She won't do anything. The only thing she dares to do is to tempt Xiao Wu into committing a crime, Tang Wulin said. I feel that you're not going because you're afraid of being disliked, right? Jinshan said while chewing on the third strawberry. What do you mean? Tang Wulin was a little confused. I saw a story today. It said that when two men and a woman walked on the streets together, the three of them would feel that they were the third wheel. Do you know what's going on? Golden Flash said with a smile. I will only say 2 words to you, he. Tang Wulin ate another strawberry and said, TSK, you're not cute at all. Golden Flash said speechlessly. Cute? Do you want me to wear a maid outfit, put on cat ears, and then sit there cutely and say, welcome back, my master, or something like that? Tang Wulin said angrily. Yes, I did have such a fantasy before. Golden Flash nodded and said, You bastard. Don't run. Tang Wulin immediately got up to catch him, but he instantly flew up. Ha 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 ha. You can't catch me. You can't catch me. Ha. Golden Flash stuck out his tongue in the air and said, Don't run. Come down. Come down. Senior. The customer said he wanted a large, Byakuya was stunned when she pushed the door open. The current dance spirit senior was a little embarrassed, holding onto what looked like a cute doll. Senior, what are you doing? Byakuya asked. Cough, cough, cough. Nothing. Tang Wulin hurriedly hid his left hand behind his back. Byakuya, didn't I teach you to knock before entering? Ah, I forgot. Sorry. Byakuya bowed and apologized. By the way, what does the customer want? Tang Wulin said. It's a large strawberry cake, Byakuya said. Tang Wulin's face suddenly changed. Even Golden Flash, who was behind him, was stunned. He looked at the empty plate on the table. I got it. You can leave first, Tang Wulin said awkwardly. Oh. Byakuya closed the door and left. Golden Flash also broke free from Tang Wulin's clutches. What do we do? Golden Flash said. What else can we do? We ate all the strawberries. We don't even have any left, so we'll have to go to the place that sells them, Tang Wulin said. But if I remember correctly, the only place that sells fresh strawberries seems to be, that's right, Heaven City. Tang Wulin slapped his forehead. So you'll still have to go. Golden Flash shrugged and returned to the spiritual world. Sigh. Tang Wulin sighed. Fine, I'll go. Just as Tang Wulin was about to leave for Heaven City, his soul phone rang. Hello. Who is it? Oh, it's you. HM. What? An evil soul master is going to assassinate Zhenhua in Heaven City? I got it. I'll be careful. Tang Wulin hung up. He fell into deep thought. Zhenhua was a forward battle armor master. The evil soul master had to be at least a super duo and a 3-word battle armor master to kill him. How troublesome. Tang Wulin shrugged. In the next instant, a black hole suddenly appeared before him, and he slowly walked into it before disappearing into it. The black hole also slowly disappeared after Tang Wulin had entered it. Heaven City. The chef turned to Tang Wulin. When a mecha reaches a certain level, it's no different from a spirit soul. It can even fuse with one's spirit soul. This mecha of mine is fused with one of my spirit souls, so it's like an avatar of mine. In terms of combat ability, it's not much weaker than my main body, even without my command. How could a mecha operator not put more effort into it? How could he not put more effort into it? Thus, choosing the path of mecha would inevitably mean giving up on some other paths. But I don't regret it. I like mecha. This was a mecha. This was the highest level of mecha piloting. Tang Wulin couldn't help but gulp. For a moment, his emotions were affected. But you can't. You can't walk my path, the chef suddenly said. Tang Wulin's heart skipped a beat. Why? Because you have a unique advantage, the chef said in a low voice. The path of mecha isn't suitable for you. I can tell you that no matter how strong a red mecha is, it can never reach the level of a forward battle armor master. It's impossible. No matter how strong a red mecha is, there's still a limit. As for the higher level mecha, it's impossible for it to appear in our era. Only that great being from 10,000 years ago was able to create the first mecha that possessed god-level combat prowess. Mechas of that caliber possess intelligence on par with humans, and they can freely transform into battle armor or even take on their own unique human form. I was working toward that goal, but I discovered that I was far too naive. Only after over 10 years did I realize just how difficult it was to achieve this goal. Indeed, I was working toward that goal, but I discovered that I was far too naive. Wulin, the difficulty of becoming a forward battle armor master in the future is far lower than this. So don't be like this. All right, it's time for lunch. I'll cook for you. After lunch, 2 troublemakers, an old man and a young woman, came looking for trouble. They said they wanted to challenge a young disciple of the Blacksmiths Association. The result was obvious. We lost, Zhonggong Yin said with a bitter smile. Zhenhua smiled. Actually, we won by a narrow margin. If Wulin hadn't been here, I wouldn't have been able to find another young man who could compare to your disciple. You're welcome to join the Blacksmiths Association, but I won't force you. Zhonggong Yin nodded reluctantly. Suddenly, without any warning, a crimson streak of light shot out from the side of Zhonggong Yin's neck, arriving in front of Zhenhua in an instant. The scarlet light came too suddenly, and there was no sign of it at all. At Zhenhua's level of cultivation, if he were to encounter any danger, he would generally be able to sense it through his intuitive impulse. However, in the blink of an eye, the crimson light had already appeared right in front of him. Not good. Zhenhua cried out in alarm. At the same time, a silver light flashed, and Zhenhua vanished from where he stood. The crimson light shot into the crowd. Even a forward battle armor master, a divine blacksmith, felt threatened by this attack. If it landed, the consequences would be unimaginable. A black hole appeared in the crowd, and a white-haired young man in a blue trench coat and a blue-haired woman walked out. The young man held a bag of strawberries in his left hand, and the woman held 4 bags in each hand. The young man and the woman appeared right in front of the crimson light. "Oh, you don't welcome us?" He stretched out his right palm, and with a smack, he scattered the light with a slap. The crimson light, which even Zhenhua felt threatened by, was scattered with a single slap. In an instant, the scene fell into silence as everyone looked at the young man who had suddenly appeared. "Ling Luo, please take the strawberries back." The young man handed the bag of strawberries in his hand to the woman behind him. The woman took it and very respectfully said to the young man, "Yes, master." After saying that, a black hole appeared behind her. She slowly entered it, and the black hole also slowly disappeared. "Bro, big brother?" Tang Wulin was the first to speak. "Big brother, what you doing here?" "Wulin, I came here to buy some fresh strawberries and wanted to see you, but I didn't think you'd be so unwelcoming. So what's going on here?" Tang Wulin asked in an indifferent manner. You're. The middle-aged chef suddenly strode over to Tang Wulin with astonishment in his eyes. "HM?" Tang Wulin stared at him. "You?" Tang Wulin didn't say it out loud. Did he regain his memories? Muyi almost knelt before Tang Wulin, but he held himself back. He was very excited. "Can someone explain what's going on?" Tang Wulin asked in an indifferent voice. Zhenhua walked over. "It's not convenient to talk here. Let's talk in the office." He led Wulin, Guyu, Chang Gongyan, and Lin Yuhan out of the room. Tang Wulin and Mu Yi followed closely behind. "Oh, I see. Don't worry, it's someone else, not these two from Xingluo," Tang Wulin said. "You trust us?" Chang Gongyan asked, surprised. He could see that Zhenhua and Mu Yi were treating the young man with the utmost respect. It was important to know that one of them was a titled Doluo. How could they treat this young man with such respect? "I'm not that stupid. The real culprit is someone from the holy ghost religion," Tang Wulin said. Everyone present was shocked. Everyone except for the woman standing behind Tang Wulin. "I sensed an aura I hate from that attack," Tang Wulin said. "It's the aura of an evil soul master. Their motive is simple. They knew Chang Gongyan would come back to stir up trouble, so they took advantage of the opportunity to assassinate Zhenhua. In the end, the only ones to take the blame are these two from the Xingluo continent. The holy ghost religion is trying to escalate the conflict between the two continents. So that's how it is. How bold of them." Muyi said coldly. "Furthermore, judging from the power of that attack, that evil soul master is at least a hyper daw, and he's an agility-type soul master," Tang Wulin said in an indifferent voice. "Hehe, you've caught the eye of a super Duo continent evil soul master. You're in for it." Zhenhua smiled faintly. A faint smile appeared on Zhenhua's face. "Looks like someone doesn't want you to live. There are many people who want to kill you, and most of them are evil soul masters," Tang Wulin replied. No one said a word. "Evil soul masters." Zhenhua smiled. "It's an honor to be targeted by the holy ghost religion." "Don't be so smug," Tang Wulin said. "You'll die if they target you. Don't blame me for not warning you." "Got it. Thanks for the warning." "Mu Yi, didn't you say you wanted to talk to Wulin about something?" "Go," Tang Wulin said to Mu Yi. "Yes," Mu Yi said respectfully to Tang Wulin. In the kitchen. "At first, I was hesitant because you're a student of the Shrek Academy. In a way, my school used to be Shrek's rival. But as time passed, my sect gradually declined, and I'm no longer a match for the current Shrek. I heard from Zhenhua that you've joined the Tangmen, right?" Tang Wulin nodded. "Are you willing to give up your Tangmen identity?" Mu Yi asked. "You're still an outer disciple, right? Giving up your identity won't affect you much." Tang Wulin stared at him in surprise, but quickly shook his head. "No, I can't. The Tangmen helped me greatly in my cultivation. My current cultivation methods all come from the Tangmen. I can't leave the Tangmen." Mu Yi frowned. He looked at Tang Wulin and saw the stubbornness on his face. He couldn't help but smile. Good. You're worthy of that person's approval. Don't worry, my techniques are no weaker than those of the Tang men. I'm also the current sect master of my school. As long as you're willing to learn from me, you'll definitely learn more than the Tang men. Even though we're not as strong as the Tang men, we're not the same in terms of importance. In terms of peak techniques, we're no less inferior than the Tang men. Your talent is very compatible with my sect's techniques. Many people believe that the most important thing about our techniques is the martial soul. In fact, the most important thing is not the martial soul, but the bloodline. Only with a strong qi and blood can one truly cultivate our sect's cultivation method to a high level. Tang Wulin's eyes widened in surprise. So you're saying that your technique focuses on blood essence cultivation? Correct. Yes, Mu Yi said proudly. In terms of blood essence cultivation, I dare say that no other sect can compare to our sect. Tang Wulin frowned and shook his head. I'm sorry, Uncle Yi. I really can't promise you that. I can't betray the Tang men. Not only did I get a lot from the Tang men, but I also really like the Tang men. I've heard about the Tang men since I was young, and I'm proud to be part of the Tang men. Thank you for your kindness. Mu Yi was a little angry. You've heard about the Tang men since you were young? Have you heard of the legend of the body sect? Tang Wulin faltered slightly upon hearing this, and didn't say anything. He couldn't say that he hadn't heard of it, could he? In fact, he really hadn't heard of it. The body sect is a declining sect with a history of more than 20,000 years. They've been around since the founding of the Tang men. They're an ancient and powerful sect. 10,000 years ago, their foundation was severely damaged when they resisted the Sun-Moon Empire. Those who survived were taken to the mountains by the Lingbing Deluo and isolated from the rest of the world. Now, they've reappeared. Tang Wulin appeared out of nowhere. Brother? Tang Wulin was stunned. Then why did the Lingbing Deluo help the body sect? Tang Wulin asked. The Lingbing Deluo cultivated in the body sect for a year, and he more or less had some feelings for the body sect. Furthermore, the sect master of the body sect, Du Busi, was friends with the Lingbing Deluo. Before Du Busi died, Du Busi entrusted the body sect to the Lingbing Deluo, Tang Wulin said. However, Tang Wulin didn't see the memories in Tang Wulin's eyes. So it's because of a promise. Tang Wulin said. Wait, brother, how did you know? It's recorded in an ancient book. I've read it before, Tang Wulin said. Mu Yi's heart twitched. Read what? He had clearly experienced it himself, all right. Even though he said that in his heart, he didn't dare to say it out loud. Brother, do you want me to join the body sect? Tang Wulin suddenly asked. I have no intention of letting you join. If you're willing, you can learn from him for a period of time. That way, you'll be an in-name disciple, Tang Wulin said. Since you've said so, I'll agree, Tang Wulin said. Good. Tang Wulin, from today onwards, you'll be my in-name disciple. I'll train you well, Mu Yi said. You can leave first. I still have something to say to your brother. Oh. Tang Wulin obediently left. In the kitchen, Mu Yi no Du Busi greets the god of body. Mu Yi knelt on one knee. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and get up, you old bastard. Didn't I tell you? You don't have to be so courteous when you see me in the future. It seems you've recovered your memories, Tang Wulin said as he pulled Mu Yi up. My lord, don't ask. I know what you want to ask, but there are some things you'd better not know. From now on, I'll leave Wulin to you to train. Remember, use the Hotian secret method to train him. Aim for a maximum of 49 days. Also, protect him well, Tang Wulin said calmly. Understood. Chapter 76. A cold figure appeared in front of Tang Wulin's balcony. It was none other than Wu Zhongkong. As soon as Wu Zhongkong landed, he saw Mu Yi and frowned. Who are you? Mu Yi pointed at his clothes. A chef. Wu Zhongkong's eyes flashed with a cold light, and a frigid aura enveloped Mu Yi. Mu Yi smiled calmly. He didn't release his aura, allowing Wu Zhongkong's frigid aura to envelop him. However, he didn't seem to be affected in the slightest. Wu Zhongkong's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to make a move, Tang Wuling hurriedly stopped him. "Teacher Wu, please don't attack. He's also my teacher." Wu Zhongkong paused for a moment before withdrawing his aura. At this time, above the sea outside, another huge water column rushed towards the ship. In the air, a red-haired old man snorted. His figure flickered, and he appeared in front of the pillar of water. He thrust his right hand forward, and a ball of red light collided with the pillar of water. The pillar of water dissipated, and the red-haired old man was sent flying back with a groan. At the same time, a terrifying thought emerged from the depths of the sea. "Humans, you've trespassed on our territory and killed my clansmen. Hand over the culprit, or I'll bury you all here." This wasn't a voice, but a spiritual thought. Even so, everyone within the ship's protective barrier could hear it clearly. A huge silhouette slowly emerged from the water. Its silvery white back was like a small island. Its huge shark fins stood up like blades, emitting a sharp chill. Not far from it, an even larger, dark purple figure appeared. From the looks of it, it was at least a few hundred meters long. As soon as the two of them appeared, a powerful aura burst forth. More terrifying existences began to emerge from the sea. Most of them were great white demon sharks and deep-sea demon whales. Combined, there were at least 1,000 of them. Their terrifying aura permeated the sea, filling the air with an oppressive pressure. Elder Kai growled, "We're just passing by. We haven't killed your clansmen. If you don't get out of our way, don't blame us for being ruthless. Do you think you can stop us with just 200,000-year soul beasts? Humans have never lacked a 100,000-year soul ring." As soon as he said that, the auras of the great white devil shark king and the deep-sea monster whale king became restless. The smell of gunpowder was heavy on both sides. Meanwhile, Tang Wuling was still lying there and drinking his juice. He had no intention of making a move. However, he kept looking in a certain direction on the surface of the sea. There were 4 familiar auras. Roar. A deep roar rang out, followed by another thick pillar of water that shot straight at Elder Kai in the air. Elder Kai coldly snorted and pointed her right hand at the sky. A strange scene appeared. The entire sky darkened in an instant. A silver moon flashed in the void, and a silver-white light descended from the sky. It collided with the huge water pillar, and a violent boom rang out. The water column collapsed, and the silver moon remained motionless in the sky. Elder Kai's body also began to emit a terrifying aura that was as deep as the abyss. Not to mention the soul beasts in the deep sea, even the human powerhouses floating in the air couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. Super Dolua. Elder Kai's aura was clearly on the level of Super Dolua. Furthermore, she hadn't even used her battle armor. Soul rings appeared around Elder Kai's body. 3 purple, 3 black, and 3 red. 9 soul rings flickered. The originally clear sky began to darken, and the silver moon became even more dazzling. Elder Kai floated in the air, naturally becoming the center of heaven and earth. The Xingluo continent's diplomatic mission couldn't help but be shocked. Was this the strength of a powerhouse from Dolua's Shrek Academy? The Shrek Academy was truly worthy of being called the gathering place of the continent's strongest. The deep-sea monster whale king and the great white devil shark king were silent in the face of Elder Kai's power. But in the next moment, the purple sea gradually turned a deep purple. Elder Kai's eyes narrowed. She took a step forward and appeared above the deep-sea monster whale king and the great white devil shark king. Under the illumination of the silver moon, sparkling and translucent silver dots appeared on her body. Elder Kai's battle armor was extremely beautiful. Arcs of dazzling silver light blossomed from her body, transforming into arcs of silver light that merged into her body. Her battle armor didn't appear to be very heavy, but each piece of it was covered in beautiful patterns. A pair of giant silver wings spread open on her back, and when a silver crown-like headband fell from her head, Elder Kai suddenly underwent a strange transformation. Her originally silver hair turned black, and her sagging face tightened. In the blink of an eye, she had transformed into a stunning beauty. Deep sea. She's close to rank 99 after donning her battle armor. Little 8, you go. The pale-haired woman said. Leave it to me, big sister. The octopus with a human body rushed out of the sea. I'll give you one more chance. Retreat now, Elder Kai shouted. Don't think you've won. Humans, this is just the beginning. This time, the voice came from a mouth. A figure rushed out of the water. Elder Kai's expression changed for the first time, and her eyes became serious. Tang Wulin's eyes glowed purple. Only with the help of his purple demon eyes could he see the figure in the distance. It was a humanoid figure, but only his upper body was human. His lower body was made up of 12 octopus legs. He floated in the air, and his aura surged toward Elder Kai to suppress her. A great beast? Muyi blurted out in shock. Tang Wuling, who had been leisurely this entire time, raised his sunglasses slightly and opened one eye to look at the octopus man. Little 8, he muttered. Why is he here? Isn't he supposed to be in charge of the sea? This isn't his territory anymore. Why did he come to the East Sea from the Northern Sea? Can't you use your battle armor? Without it, you're no match for me. The octopus man sneered. Trying to provoke me won't work. Elder Kai said. The octopus man pursed his lips. In the next moment, he began to transform into his original form. His body began to enlarge. In just a short while, he had transformed into a gigantic octopus with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters. As he waved his tentacles, the sea instantly became violent. When Elder Kai cut off 2 of the octopus's tentacles, she realized that the octopus had grown new tentacles. Octopuses have strong regenerative abilities. Do you think this will work? Die, human. He swung his tentacles at her. Tang Wuling and the others knew they couldn't fight in the air, but they could fight these 100,000-year sea soul beasts. Compared to them, the Xingluo Academy students were cowering in fear. They could only watch as their teachers fought. Only a few students rushed out to join the battle. As for Tang Wuling and the others, they fought with all their might. Compared to them, they instantly felt that they were too inferior. Then, the camera turned to the leisurely Tang Wuling. Byakuya. Tang Wuling took off his sunglasses and suddenly said, Byakuya finally walked out from the shadows. Senior disciple brother, go and participate in the battle. Tang Wuling urged. Senior, are you asking me to kill my own kind? I can't do it, she said hesitantly. You're a land soul beast, and they're sea soul beasts. How are they your kind? You're unique. Also, what are you thinking? I'm only asking you to fight. It's up to you whether you want to kill the sea soul beasts or not. Remember, you're a greedy wolf. No one is your kind. You're the one and only greedy wolf. Tang Wuling said indifferently as he drank another glass of fruit juice. Byakuya was stunned. Then, she looked at the humans fighting with the sea soul beasts and slowly closed her eyes. In the next moment, she opened her eyes again. Her eyes had become wolf eyes. She didn't know why, but sharp white wolf ears suddenly grew out of her head. Those ears looked very cute. Some white wolf fur grew out of her cheeks, and a white wolf tail grew out of her back. A third eye opened in the center of her forehead. She stretched out her hands, and 10 silver claws appeared instantly. 7 soul rings appeared, 5 black and 2 red. Oh, she howled into the sky. Her howl attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was shocked when they saw her terrifying soul ring combination. Her eyes were bloodshot. Since Senior has said so, then the greedy wolf ginseng will go. Everyone was shocked by Byakuya's soul ring combination. But the most shocking thing was her age. She looked like she was only 12 years old. What kind of monster was she? Tang Wuling, Elder Kai, and Wu Zhongkong were all shocked. Tang Wuling and Wu Zhongkong didn't know that Byakuya was so strong. Elder Kai was different. She knew that Byakuya was recommended by Tang Wuling. She didn't expect the person recommended by Tang Wuling to be so strong. Byakuya's third eye suddenly lit up. She frowned. Then, her second soul ring lit up. In the next moment, Byakuya disappeared into thin air. Boom! It was also at this moment that three 10,000-year great white demon soul sharks rushed out of the sea and attacked the defenseless Su Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, Yu Jingyu cried out in horror and stood in front of her. Oh no! Tang Wulin, Gu Yu, Yi Xinglan, Xie Sun, and Yuan and Yehue turned around and saw her in danger. But it was too late for them to rush back. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. Idiot! Why are you standing in front of me? Su Xiaoyan stared blankly at Yu Jingyu. I won't let you get hurt, Yu Jingyu said without turning around. Su Xiaoyan froze and hugged him. If you die, I'll accompany you. Yu Jingyu smiled happily. Oh, it was also at this moment that the three 10,000-year soul beasts died mysteriously. Three 10,000-year soul rings slowly emerged from their corpses, but there were only 5 claw marks on their corpses. Yu Jingyu and Su Xiaoyan were stunned. They thought they were dead for sure. In the next moment, 3 10,000-year sea soul beasts emerged from the sea. Another wolf howl. Poof! The 3 10,000-year sea soul beasts were turned into pieces of flesh. Just like the previous 3, only 5 claw marks were left on their corpses. But strangely, no one saw anyone attack. So we're fine? Su Xiaoyan asked. Yu Jingyu pinched her. Ah, what are you doing? Why did you pinch me? Su Xiaoyan said angrily. Are you in pain? Then you're not dreaming. Yu Jingyu said. Are you dreaming? Pinch yourself. Su Xiaoyan said angrily. I'm afraid of pain. Yu Jingyu said shamelessly. As the two bickered, Byakuya slowly appeared in front of them. Her hands were covered in blood. Clearly, it was the blood of the sea soul beasts. Did she do it? Everyone gasped. Byakuya, did you do it? Su Xiaoyan asked in shock. Byakuya nodded slowly. Thank you, Yu Jingyu and Su Xiaoyan said at the same time. What did you call me for? Xie Sun asked. Go away. We're thanking Byakuya. When Byakuya appeared, the 200,000-year great white demon sharks and 100,000-year deep-sea demon whale king that were fighting the 4-titled Deloa, as well as Little 8, who was fighting Elder Kai, all turned to look at Byakuya with surprise. Deep Sea, 100,000-year soul beast in this era? She's got guts, but she's already at the soul formation stage. If that's the case, she's no different from a human, the white-haired woman said in surprise. Indeed, in this era, not a single soul beast dares to choose to transform, the mermaid said. She added, furthermore, this young girl is definitely not an ordinary soul beast. She actually gives me a sense of fear. Then what should we do with her? The blue-haired girl suddenly asked. Since we're all soul beasts, let her go, the white-haired woman said. A thought spread out, and everyone heard it. Why are you helping the humans? This voice clearly belonged to one of the great white demon soul sharks. Everyone was confused. Was it talking to Byakuya? I'm not helping a human. I'm just protecting my friend. I don't care if you kill others, but don't you dare touch my friend. Byakuya's claws glowed with a scarlet light. You're a soul beast in human form, yet you're protecting a human. Is it worth it? Little 8 suddenly asked. Everyone turned to look at Byakuya with incredulity. Byakuya, Tang Wulin, and the others subconsciously took a step back. Behind Byakuya, Yu Jingyu and Su Xiaoyan were also shocked. Aside from Gu Yu, everyone else was in disbelief. Wu Zhangkong frowned. Wu Zhangkong furrowed his brows, obviously finding it hard to believe. Elder Kai was even more shocked. That person actually recommended a soul beast in human form? After a moment of disbelief, several greedy gazes appeared. That was a soul beast in human form. It had to be 100,000-year soul beast. Once a soul beast took human form, its strength would be greatly reduced. However, killing it would still yield soul rings and soul bones. After hearing Byakuya's suggestion, the titled Thaw, Contra, and other wedding gowns were tempted. Although the titled Delaw couldn't fuse with soul rings, they still lacked soul bones. Now that there was a living soul beast in human form, how could they not be tempted? Byakuya was already aware of these bastards' intentions, but she still snorted disdainfully at them. Look, they're looking at you like you're a treasure. They're even looking at you like you're a freak. Is someone like that worth protecting? Little Eight said. Byakuya looked at the people around her. Them? They're not worth it, but... Byakuya pointed at Yu Jingyu, Su Xiaoyan, and Tang Wulin. They're worth it. You'll regret your decision one day. Little Eight said coldly. Then he added, Do you know who killed the group of great white demon sharks? If you tell us, we'll consider letting you go. At that moment, a calm voice cut through the air. The culprit is right here. What can you do to me? Elder Kai's eyebrows twitched. Silver light flashed behind her, and her battle armor shone brightly. She was surprised to find that she hadn't even noticed this person's presence when they spoke. There was a flash of light, and another person appeared beside Elder Kai. He wore a white chef's hat and a white chef's uniform. He looked like an ordinary chef. His hands were clasped behind his back, and a dark golden light surrounded him. His soul rings were 5 black and 4 red, and his aura was terrifying. The intimidating aura emanating from his body caused even Elder Kai's eyes to narrow. Even Little Eight was intimidated. Deep sea crap. That's the aura of a limit Doloa. Little Eight is in danger. The white-haired woman said, Let's go. We have to help Little Eight. Li Jing's mermaid tail began to morph into human legs. The 3 nodded and disappeared into the sea. I don't need soul rings or soul bones. Since you're not strong enough, you can scram. If you want revenge, you should find someone stronger. Mu Ye's disdainful voice shook the heavens. Little Eight's brows furrowed, but in the next moment, they relaxed. Ha ha ha! You want someone stronger? They're already here. You're finished. Not only did you anger Sha Xiaobai, but you also angered those 2. You're going to die here. Little Eight laughed. Tang Wuling, who had been sipping on her fruit juice this entire time, finally put down her glass of juice. Everyone was here, so it seemed that the time for leisure was over. After that, he slowly disappeared without anyone noticing. Mu Yi and Elder Kai seemed to have sensed something. Their eyes were filled with shock. In the next moment, the sea parted not far from the cruise ship. Yes, it parted. From within, 3 figures soared into the sky. A white-haired woman, a blue-haired mermaid, and a pale blue-haired girl. Her eyes were empty and emotionless. They are all 600,000-year savage beasts. Mu Yi exclaimed. His words shocked everyone on the cruise ship. 3 600,000-year savage beasts? Isn't that equivalent to 3 limit Doloas? In addition, there's an octopus of unknown cultivation. How are they going to fight back? You're the one? The one who killed my people? The white-haired woman looked at Mu Yi indifferently. That's right. May I ask who you are? Mu Yi asked with a frown. Since you're already dead, I'll tell you. I'm the king of the great white demon shark clan, Sha Xiaobai, a 600,000-year savage beast. I'm ranked 4th in the Eastern Ocean. Sha Xiaobai said indifferently. I'm the current princess of the sea of the mermaid clan, Li Jing, a 700,000-year savage beast. I'm ranked 3rd in the Eastern Ocean. The blue-haired woman, Li Jing, said, The king of the deep-sea demon whale kings, Jing 600,000-year savage beast. I'm ranked 5th in the Eastern Ocean. The pale blue-haired girl said emotionlessly. Finally, there's your incomparably handsome grandpa Little Eight, the strongest octopus king of the octopus clan, a 400,000-year savage beast. I'm ranked 7th in the Northern Ocean. Little Eight said narcissistically, I know you want to ask why they're so old. Sha Xiaobai. Those who've watched the first movie know that she was blessed by Poseidon. Later on, she was blessed by both Tang San and Tang Yu. Her age soared in 2 years. Li Jing was originally a 100,000-year savage beast, while her mother was a 600,000-year savage beast. However, her mother knew that she wouldn't be able to survive the 7th tribulation, so she passed on her life essence to Li Jing, causing her age to soar to 600,000-year savage beast. The one called Jing was the one who carried Yuhao and the others to the forsaken land of the gods. She was blessed by Yuhao, and the fact that the deep-sea demon whale king's cultivation could constantly devour other sea soul beasts, she also soared in power very quickly. As for Little Eight, Yuhao once fought him 10,000 years ago, and he lost miserably. However, Yuhao also gave him an opportunity, which was that his age and cultivation would increase exponentially in the next 10,000 years. Everyone sucked in a sharp breath upon hearing this. The first three were all 600,000-year savage beast, and that octopus was 400,000-year savage beast. Everyone fell into despair. How could they not? They had 3 limit Doa level soul beasts and a rank 98 soul beast. How were they supposed to fight them? What do you mean by the East Ocean Dire Beast ranking and the North Ocean Dire Beast ranking? Could there be creatures stronger than all of you? Mu Yi asked in shock. Sha Xiaobai seemed to have some patience. She said, that's right. There are indeed creatures stronger than us. The 13 Duluo seas are divided into 5 oceans, which are the Eastern Ocean, the Western Ocean, the Southern Ocean, the Northern Ocean, and the most mysterious Middle Ocean. Those of us who are 200,000-year savage beasts will form a savage beast ranking. There are only 10 of them, and each ocean will have its own savage beast ranking. I am one of the savage beasts of the Eastern Ocean, Sha Xiaobai, who is ranked 4th in the Eastern Ocean. However, these savage beasts only appear frequently, and it's hard to say for the other unknown sea soul beasts. Who knows if there are other beasts hidden in the deep sea? Xiaobai, why are you talking so much nonsense to them? Just attack them. Little 8 said. Sha Xiaobai was silent for a while. She looked at Li Jing and Jing and both of them nodded at the same time. Humans, since you're the ones who hurt my people first, are you prepared to face the wrath of the ocean? After Sha Xiaobai finished speaking, she was surrounded by seawater. She fell into the water and transformed into her original form, a huge shark that was over 50 meters long. Li Jing's legs started to fuse together, and she turned into a fishtail. The scales at the end of her fishtail were golden. After Jing fell into the water, the entire sea started to churn. Finally, a huge whale's back was revealed. It was many times bigger than the 100,000-year deep-sea demon whale king that participated in the battle. Little 8 was still a 1,000-meter-long octopus. Jing, whale tail slapped the surface of the sea. Woo, an ear-piercing cry could be heard. Sha Xiaobai copied her actions and slapped the surface of the sea with its tail. Little 8 used its 8 tentacles to slap the surface of the sea, and Li Jing's hands were like the moon. In the middle of her hands, a blue ball of light suddenly appeared. Heart of the ocean, humans have invaded our territory and massacred our people. Please punish these invaders. The blue ball of light radiated in all directions. In the next moment, the sky was filled with dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Huge waves started to form on the surface of the sea. It wasn't just one wave, but a total of 10 waves. The first wave was 50 meters tall. The second wave was 100 meters tall. The third wave was 200 meters. The fourth wave was 300 meters. The fifth wave was 400 meters. The sixth wave was 500 meters. The seventh wave was 600 meters. The eighth wave was 700 meters. And the ninth wave was 800 meters. You must think that the 10th wave was 900 meters, right? Wrong, it was actually 1,000 meters. All right, it was just to make up the numbers. Everyone felt that they were helpless in front of the 10 layered waves. Humans, this is the wrath of nature. Because of your continuous exploitation of resources, you have exceeded the limits of nature, causing the ecology of 13 Doloa to be destroyed. Soul beasts are on the verge of extinction. Trees are constantly being cut down, and nature has begun to take revenge. Typhoons, tsunamis, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and glaciers are melting, causing the sea level to rise. This is all because of you. Now, you have finally tasted the consequences of your actions. Li Jing's voice resounded in everyone's minds. The 10 tsunamis carried a terrifying aura as they attacked the cruise ship. Everyone's eyes were filled with despair. Of course, there were also some who were very calm. Tang Walin had always maintained his calm. To him, death was something he had lost count of how many times. When he first broke the seal on the Golden Dragon King, he had already lingered between life and death many times. Guyu's expression was even more calm as she looked at the tsunamis. If she wanted to, she could stop these tsunamis right now. However, she had no intention of doing so. That would expose her strength. At this moment, she felt someone pulling her hand. She turned around and saw that it was Tang Wulin. "Guyu, go behind me," Tang Wulin said. Guyu's face was blank. She wanted to say something, but she didn't say it. She obediently walked behind him. "I can't let you block this terrifying pressure in front of me." Tang Wulin shielded Guyu behind him. Guyu's body trembled. She bit her lips. In the next moment, she slowly hugged him from behind. Their soul power began to fuse. "I can't watch you block this pressure for me either. Let's do it together," Guyu said softly. Tang Wulin smiled. It was a very sweet smile. Xie was about to pull Yuan and Yehue behind him, but Yuan and Yehue was faster. She pulled Xie behind her. "You're so weak. Let me protect you." Xie clenched his fists. Then, he stubbornly walked in front of Yuan and Yehue. "As a man, how can you hide behind a woman? You're my wife. I can't let you block my way." Yuan and Yehue was stunned. "You idiot. Xiaoyan, hide behind me," Yu Jingyu said to Su Xiaoyan. She stubbornly shook her head and gently pulled on his hand. "I'll face it with you." Su Lizzie stood in front of Yi Xinglan, eating his sturdy crystal dumplings. "Lizzie, what are you doing?" Yi Xinglan asked. "Even if I die, I'll die with a full stomach. Besides, I'm going to stand in front of you. Big sis Xinglan has always protected me. Now, it's my turn to protect you." "Lizzie, you..." The corners of Yi Xinglan's eyes grew wet. She snatched one of his sturdy crystal dumplings and ate it. "You idiot. You don't even know any combat skills. What are you trying to show off for?" "But thank you." Byakuya's expression was calm. No one had noticed Tang Wulin's disappearance, but she had. She believed in him. She believed that he could save the day. Mu Yi, Elder Kai, and Wu Zhongkong were unperturbed. They couldn't stop the tsunami, but that didn't mean no one on the ship could. Foolish humans. If you want to blame someone, blame your own greed. Not only did you kill our people, you even polluted the sea. This is the vengeance you deserve, Little 8 said angrily. As the tsunami drew closer and closer, everyone sank into despair. How could they resist? There was no way to resist. The difference in strength between 3-peak level 99 Doloa and a level 98 Super Doloa was too great. However, when the tsunami was only 10 meters away from the cruise ship, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped sharply. In just an instant, the 10 huge tsunamis were instantly frozen. Not only were the tsunamis frozen, but the surrounding sea was also quickly frozen. In the blink of an eye, with the cruise ship as the center, the surrounding sea had become a world of ice and snow. Boom! Sha Xiaobai, Li Jing, and Little 8 rushed out of the frozen sea at the same time. Everyone noticed that their eyes were filled with indescribable shock. "There's a human expert?" Little 8 said in shock. Sha Xiaobai nodded with a frown. "And it's not an ordinary human expert. It's a demigod, and not just any ordinary demigod." She had only felt this kind of aura from the #1 beast in East Asia. Moreover, an expert who could freeze 10 tsunamis and 10,000 li of the sea was definitely more terrifying than the #1 beast in East Asia. Demigod. Little 8 was shocked, and so were the other aquatic soul beasts. Li Jing furrowed her brows. She seemed to have felt this type of extreme cold energy before. Jing on the other hand, pondered for a moment. Suddenly, her eyes were filled with shock and excitement. The aquatic soul beast army was a little afraid. A demigod was more powerful than a peak-level Doloa. Although a demigod was still within the range of a peak-level Doloa, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Normally, if one wanted to challenge a demigod, one would need at least 3 peak-level Doloa to have a chance of winning. Furthermore, it was only a possibility. Now, a demigod human had appeared, and the situation was reversed. The humans were in an uproar. They were not dead, so this was how it felt to return from despair to hope. Speaking of which, none of them knew that a demigod was on the ship or just passing by. They didn't even know who the 4 title Doloa were. Right now, they were all guessing who this demigod was. This was because there were very few demigods in the human world on the continent of Doloa. Where did this demigod come from? However, they only knew that this demigod was on their side. May I know which almighty human is passing by? Can you come out and meet me? Sha Xiaobai asked very carefully. He has been here for a long time. Jing raised her head and said, trembling. The other three suddenly froze and quickly raised their heads. The human side also quickly raised their heads. In the next moment, everyone's pupils shrank and they all sucked in a breath of air. In the sky, there was a gigantic ice blue dragon. The ice blue dragon was more than 10,000 feet long, and its two huge dragon eyes looked like stars. Around it, cold air was constantly emitting, and snowflakes were slowly falling. Is this a martial soul, true body? One of the humans, a tidal daw, said in shock. How is that possible? How can a martial soul, true body be so huge? One of the tidal daw said in disbelief. Speaking of which, this martial soul seems to be... Another tidal daw was so shocked that he couldn't say the name of the martial soul. Frost Dragon King, Sha Xiaobai suddenly said in shock. Both the humans and the aquatic spirit beasts were shocked. They all knew about the Frost Dragon King because the owner of this martial soul was the first pagoda tower master who created the spirit soul and the pagoda 10,000 years ago. It was the martial soul of the legendary Lingbing Yuhao. After the Frost Dragon King martial soul appeared once, it never appeared again. After that, the Frost Dragon martial soul appeared, but it was very difficult for it to evolve into the legendary Frost Dragon King martial soul. Everyone saw the Frost Dragon King as a symbol, and that was the descent of Spirit Ice. The descent of Spirit Ice is Lingbing Doluo. Lingbing Doluo has appeared. Lingbing Doluo has saved us. When the tidal Doluo shouted excitedly, he even knelt down in front of everyone's shocked eyes. What was shocking was that he wasn't the only one who knelt down. Everyone on Xingluo's side knelt down as well. Yes, in the eyes of the Xingluo people, Lingbing Doluo was an existence above everything else. It was obvious that they were all Lingbing Doluo's fans. Damn it, this aura, it's really... Lingbing Doluo, Little Eight said in a trembling voice. The fear in his eyes couldn't be concealed at all. Compared to him, the other three had different emotions. Sha Xiaobai had a very respectful look, Li Jing had a nostalgic look, and Jing Er's originally ethereal eyes were filled with excitement, gratitude, worship, and even a trace of adoration. When the humans saw that the four ferocious beasts had stopped moving, they were even more in awe. Lingbing Doluo lived up to his name. Just his aura alone was enough to intimidate the four ferocious beasts. Tang Wulin looked at the Ice Dragon King in the sky. He suddenly felt that his Golden Dragon King bloodline was being suppressed. He was shocked. His bloodline had never been suppressed by any other dragon's bloodline before. But the Ice Dragon King in the sky was able to suppress him with just a trace of his bloodline aura. How powerful was he? Could he really be Lingbing Doluo? If this was the Spirit Ice Doluo, then everything would make sense. His Golden Dragon King bloodline was actually superior to all of the 9 Dragon Monarchs bloodlines, and under normal circumstances, he would be able to suppress all dragon-type soul beasts. However, if the disparity in power was too great, then he would be suppressed by his opponent, and that was exactly what was happening right now. This Ice Dragon King is too powerful. Tang Wulin's eyes shone with admiration and yearning. When can I become as strong as him? He wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Xie Sun, Yuan and Yehui, Yu Jingyu, Su Xiaoyan, Yi Xinglan, and Su Lizzie all had the same thought. Guyu looked up at the Ice Dragon King. I knew you'd make a move. Byakuya's eyes shone with admiration and adoration. As expected of Senior, Elder Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Senior is finally making a move. Muyi put away his 4-word battle armor. Why did Senior's cultivation drop from god to demigod? What happened in the divine realm? Under the immense pressure, almost everyone was unable to move. Impossible. Why? Why is he back? Shouldn't he be in the divine realm? How can he be in the lower realms? Little 8 exclaimed. He's back. He's actually back. Sha Xiaobai's eyes shone with respect. If he's back, does that mean Leah's back too? Li Jing murmured. Jing didn't say anything, but her eyes said it all. They were filled with admiration, respect, and adoration. High up in the sky, the Ice Dragon King began to shrink. Blue light enveloped him, and his silhouette gradually took on the shape of a human. A masked youth with long blue hair appeared in front of everyone. He wore a neat blue robe, and his transcendent aura attracted everyone's attention. Is this the current Doluo continent? The youth surveyed his surroundings indifferently as he released his powerful spiritual power to investigate. Everyone gasped when they sensed his terrifying spiritual power. It really is him. His words revealed his identity. Greetings, Lingbing Doluo. Everyone in the Xingluo continent, as well as some of Hui Yuhao's die-hard fans, knelt down and worshipped the youth in the sky. Tang Wulin and the others were stupefied. One had to know that there were many powerful and influential soul masters among those kneeling down. But now, they were all bowing down to the youth in the air. Was this the legendary, peerless expert of legends? Guyi was puzzled. What was he doing? Why did he turn into what he looked like 10,000 years ago? It was fine if he turned into 10,000 years ago, but why was he wearing a mask? Did he not want people to recognize him? The problem was, it was useless even if he wore a mask. They had already recognized him. The young man in the sky was also shocked by the sudden worship. He shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, he was still recognized. Why? I was wearing a mask. Why did they recognize me? All right. Our light rain how might have underestimated his popularity. All the aquatic spirit beasts retreated when they saw the youth. They didn't even listen to the commands of the 4 great savage beasts. My father, Godfather, my father, why did you come back? Little 8 cried out in fear. Welcome back, Li Jing and Sha Xiaobai said with respect. As for Jing, she covered her red face and hid behind Sha Xiaobai. As for the humans, what was going on? The 4 great savage beasts who were clamoring to kill them. Could it be that they knew each other? Would you believe that the God Realm gave me a month's leave? Hui Yuhao, Tang Wulin, said indifferently. Who would believe that? Why would the God Realm give you a break for no reason? Aren't gods unable to descend? There are only 2 possibilities for you to descend. First, you are banished to descend. But with your strength, who in the God Realm would dare to banish you? Second, something happened in the God Realm, and it's a huge matter. Little 8 said, Little 8, I have to say that you are much smarter than before. Hui Yuhao smiled and slowly took off the mask on his face. In the next moment, everyone was in an uproar. They imagined that the Hui Yuhao would be a very dignified and handsome young man. Although there were many statues of Hui Yuhao in the entire Doluo continent, they were all statues of him when he was young. There wasn't a single statue of him when he grew up. It was said that Hui Yuhao couldn't grow up, but this was only a legend. So, until now, no one knew how the grown-up Hui Yuhao looked like. Those later generations thought that the sculptor purposely didn't sculpt how Hui Yuhao would look like when he grew up. You can't blame the sculptor. You can only blame Yuhao for not growing up. But when the real Hui Yuhao appeared in front of everyone, they finally moved. It turned out that he was really like what the legend said. He really couldn't grow up. The one who appeared in front of everyone was actually a 16-year-old blue-haired youth with a peerless beauty that could topple the world. Everyone was stunned. Tang Wulin and the rest were also stunned. Indeed, the real person was hundreds of times better looking than the statue. Tang Wulin even felt that this was the only appearance he had ever seen that could compare to his brother. I won't talk too much. You want to find the murderer of your people? Listen to me. Give me some face and let that murder go. Hui Yuhao said indifferently. Of course, you could choose not to give me face. But when that time comes, I don't know what I will do. Of course, we will announce our retreat now. But senior, can you talk with us about old times? Sha Xiaobai said. No, I will visit each and every one of you when I have the time. You can go back. Hui Yuhao said. Yes, Sha Xiaobai replied. Then she was the first to lead her people and leave. Li Jing looked at Yuhao and wanted to say something. I know what you want to say. Don't worry. Your sister is very good. Yuhao said. Li Jing was stunned for a moment. Then, she bowed deeply to Yuhao and left alone. Little Eight was stunned for a long time without saying anything. You shouldn't be a god now, right? He asked. Even if I'm not a god, I'll still torture you. Yuhao said calmly. Little Eight curled his lips and left with his people. Jinga looked at Yuhao for a long time. She slowly came to Yuhao's side and hugged him gently. Then, she led her people and left. Everyone was stunned. The relationship between humans and spirit beasts could become like this? It was indeed the Lingbing Dolaw. According to historical records, the Lingbing Dolaw was adopted by a spirit beast when it was young. It had a natural affinity with spirit beasts. It seemed that it was not a lie. This was also one of the reasons why the Lingbing Dolaw created Pagoda. The last spirit beast seemed to like the Lingbing Dolaw very much. Yuhao turned to look at everyone on the ship. Greetings, Lingbing Dolaw. Many people knelt on the ground. Get up. You are not to mention today's matter to anyone. Yuhao said. Yes, Lingbing Dolaw. Everyone replied. Yuhao looked at Tang Wulin again. Then, he quickly disappeared. Tang Wulin was stunned. Was it an illusion? Lingbing Dolaw looked at him just now. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. I actually got to see a legendary expert this time. Lord Lingbing Dolaw is so strong. He didn't even make a move and forced the 4 spirit beasts to retreat. Lord Lingbing Dolaw is so powerful. I used to believe in Poseidon Tang San, but today I have decided to change my faith. I believe in Lord Lingbing Dolaw. To be able to see the real Lord Lingbing Dolaw, this old man can die without regrets. Lord Lingbing Dolaw is so beautiful. She's the most beautiful person I have ever seen. Lord Lingbing Dolaw, I love you. I want to give birth to Lord Lingbing Dolaw's children. Get lost. Do you think Lord Lingbing Dolaw will fancy someone like you? So what if he doesn't fancy me? At least I dare to say it out loud. Do you dare? There were many similar voices. Tang Wulin and the others finally recovered. This is the charm of a peerless expert. In the dark, Yuhao's long blue hair slowly turned white. Even his appearance was beginning to change. He was still as beautiful as before, but this time, his appearance was gentler than before. I played myself. Hee, it was very successful. Shadow God, you owe me an award. He tidied his clothes and went back. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.